Chapter 2808. The God Emperor had always been in the Northern Light City. As for the matters in the God realm, he was even less concerned. Not to mention that the God Emperor had been in seclusion ever since he ascended to a middle world. Even in the past, all the matters in the God realm were handled by King God Qi Yan and Prime Minister Jiang Zhanqing. As for the God Emperor himself, he only needed to be a carefree shopkeeper and worry about the matters that he needed to worry about. Furthermore, his wife had already finished her seclusion and had broken through several realms. She was in the God realm, so nothing would go wrong. As for the Sword Heart world, there was Li Fengmu, so it was not impossible for him to personally guard the Flowing Cloud world. Furthermore, the God Emperor thought even more. If Xiaoyang needed help, he would be in the Flowing Cloud world and would be able to go over immediately. He would not let the three youngsters be isolated and helpless, or even lose their lives because of the problem of not being able to provide support in time. It could be said that the God Emperor was a backup existence. No matter what kind of trouble occurred, if Xiaoyang and the others were unable to solve the situation, then he would have to step forward to solve it. During this period of time, the God Emperor was most interested in the governance methods of the two heroes of the Sun family. Although he could not see much in the short span of a few days, there would be some changes in the Flowing Cloud world every day. Although the changes were very small, it was all due to the plans of the two. In his free time, the God Emperor would also walk around. With his status, there was nothing forbidden except for certain places. However, the God Emperor did not like to walk around. Most of the time, he would stay in the city lord residence and read the history of the Flowing Cloud world. As the saying goes, love the house, love the crow that belongs to it. The God Emperor wanted to know what was so special about the Flowing Cloud world that it could nurture someone like Xiaoyang. Back then, the God realm could be said to be the #1 existence in the 3,000 worlds. Even local cultivators who went out to train had to go to other worlds by default. They were existences that could challenge those of a higher realm. However, Xiaoyang was different. After going to the God realm, he could still challenge those of a higher realm. Furthermore, most of the time he was not some random person. Even the #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, Shen Mo, was defeated by him in the end. Very quickly, the God Emperor also discovered some problems. Speaking of which, this Flowing Cloud realm could really be considered a remote and desolate place. It was probably the same for the barren lands and unruly people. In the past, Flowing Cloud Jia had been harassed by the Emerald world, and there had been endless battles. Then their combat power was naturally different from those idle worlds. Therefore, the people here were tough. Plus, there weren't too many orders and prohibitions. It could be considered a place where 100 flowers bloomed. It was a pity that there was a monster called Xiaoyang here, suppressing the limelight of these people. That was why people felt that there was only one Xiaoyang in the Flowing Cloud realm. It was also because this place was lacking in resources that it took a long time to truly start. Otherwise, compared to the Sword Heart world and the Sun Snow world, the number of experts here would not be less. God Emperor, Sword Master Li has sent a message. He has found cultivators from the Yin Flame realm in the galaxy. Their realms are between the 2nd and 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. The people who discovered them have all been killed. Furthermore, they are still searching for them. Sun Yukai walked in and said solemnly, ever since Xing Tian's arrangement last time, although a battle had not broken out, he still felt a lingering fear when thinking about it now. If those 5th-level experts killed their way into the Flowing Cloud realm, without a 5th-level expert guarding this place, the people here would be plunged into misery and suffering. By the time the reinforcements from the God world arrived, their Flowing Cloud realm would suffer heavy losses. The God Emperor nodded, frowning and smiling bitterly. The Yin Flame realm is really interesting. Now, instead of concentrating their forces to fight against Xiaoyang, they are diverting their forces to harass us. This method is a good one, but they know too little about the Four-Realm Alliance. The God Emperor said with a smile, standing up at the same time. Since the other side had taken the initiative to attack, he naturally could not continue to sit here. If they could destroy the enemy outside the world, that would be the best choice. After all, their experts were limited. If the experts from the Inflame realm spread out and invaded the Flowing Cloud realm, it would be a headache. Sun Yukai frowned and said, "We have already sent a message to the Qin Emperor, asking him to go investigate. At the same time, Senior Muyang and Senior Chu Tain have rushed to West Wind City and Spring Sun City, respectively." The God Emperor smiled and nodded, looking at Sun Yukai with a playful gaze. The God Emperor did not mind this fellow sending his princes without permission. Instead, he made the wisest decision the moment he received the news. Then he came to invite the God Emperor. This kind of wisdom was not bad. The God Emperor also knew that the Flowing Cloud realm's real prosperity was not because Xiaoyang had stepped into the upper realm, nor was it because of the establishment of North Light City. It was because the two heroes of the Sun family had joined North Light City and started to take charge. Excellent. The God Emperor nodded. Sun Yukai lowered his head and said, "Please forgive me, God Emperor. This is not considered overstepping the rules. Unusual things are done in unusual times. Opportunities are fleeting. You have done well in this regard. There is no need to feel guilty," the God Emperor said indifferently. Sun Yukai continued to lower his head. After all, the God Emperor was present. They had gone a bit overboard by inviting Qin Wang without asking the God Emperor first. "I will go and make a trip. You can send the internal troops as you wish. There is no need to feel pressured. We are all allies, so there is no need to fuss over our identities. It is just a matter of whose strategy is better," the God Emperor said indifferently. Since these two fellows could work together and change the entire Flowing Cloud realm, their methods were impressive. Although they were not much in terms of battle formations, their strategic foresight was unquestionable. If it were not for the God Emperor's noble status, he would probably only be able to see the surface of North Light City's history. There were many things that could not be done overnight. Xiaoyang had become the leader so smoothly, and the arrangements the two of them had made in secret were especially important. Even if Xiaoyang's contributions were first, his ability was also first. If he suddenly announced that he had become the leader, it would probably be stiff. But at that time, Xiaoyang's actions were logical and smooth. What was the reason? It was because the two heroes of the Sun family had used North Light City to spread the incense. They complemented each other. Before Xiaoyang had thought of becoming the leader of the Flowing Cloud realm, the two of them had already started to work in that direction. It could be seen how fiery their strategic foresight was. When Sun Yukai raised his head, the God Emperor had also disappeared from where he was. He had gone far away to kill those guests who had come from afar. As expected of the God Emperor, Sun Yukai sighed and immediately retreated. The current Flowing Cloud realm could be said to be in troubled times. Even if they could not raise any waves this time, the Flowing Cloud realm still had to be prepared. Chapter 2809. After Xiaoyang received the news from the Flowing Cloud realm, he didn't care. Since there was a God Emperor guarding, he could naturally sit back and relax and go about his own business. If there was a problem with the God Emperor guarding, even if he was there, it wouldn't be much of an effect. Moreover, the news from his hometown also made it clear that the invading experts were only from the Martial Emperor's world. Compared to Xingtian, it was still much smaller. However, the people from the Inflame realm still couldn't compare to Xingtian. This guy also made it clear that it was only a competition with Xiaoyang. Those arrangements he made were just for himself to have a backup plan. Didn't those people later still retreat to the God world and didn't do anything? Of course, from this, one couldn't determine whether the Gathering Fire Alliance's method of response had brought out a fifth-level martial emperor. If the other party had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, then it was a hidden danger that needed to be found at the first moment. If the Gathering Fire Alliance had one less fifth-level expert, then it would be much easier for them to capture it. This was how it worked. Speaking of which, there was a hint of scheming against each other. It all depended on whose methods were better and who could think further. Bai Jian naturally received the news, but he didn't have any thoughts about it. After all, since he came to the Flame realm, he only needed to let go and do his own thing. As for his hometown, there were people watching, so he didn't need to worry. If the Gathering Fire Alliance threw in more experts, then let their nest suffer an even more serious attack. Courtesy demands reciprocity, nothing more than this. If there were restrictions everywhere, and he wasn't straightforward at all, then he wouldn't be Bai Jian, and he wouldn't be able to slash out that shocking sword. Bai Jian was like this. Once he made a decision, then he was an existence that wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. As for how to return and so on, Bai Jian wasn't good at it at all. He only knew how to go forward. The Gathering Fire Alliance's struggles are meaningless in the end. If they throw in a few 5th-level experts, we might still go back to help. With this little strength, they want to pin us back. Princess Ming Zhu laughed somewhat disdainfully. With such a cowardly approach, they wanted to use small to win big, and use a plan to take drastic measures to force them back? In this way, he was thinking too simply of them. At the very least, for now, it was still unbearable. Xiao Yang was also pondering this matter, but he was still willing to think more about it. In some details, there were still many problems that could be seen, so when the time came, it would be easier to make a decision on what to do. Bai Jian could move forward without hesitation, and Princess Mingzhu could move forward without any worries. But Xiaoyang could not learn from them. There were many things that required Xiaoyang to do personally. Since he had decided to do so, he had to be responsible for them. Moreover, the flowing cloud world had experienced too many storms. If there were some more attacks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Xiaoyang had no choice but to think more and think more carefully. In fact, many countermeasures had to be taken out first. As for how much the Fire Union had invested and what their plans were, it was still unknown. In my opinion, the Fire Union is like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. They have lost their rationality under our pressure, which is why they made such a move, Bai Jian said casually. Princess Mingzhu rolled her eyes at the jade-faced man. He was thinking too simply of the other party. With such a situation, they could indeed slowly crush the psychological defenses of the Fire Union's powerhouses. However, to make them completely lose their rationality, it was still far from enough. To be able to cultivate to such a level, which one of them was not a sly old fox, or a proud son of the heavens. In any case, they had to possess one to be able to reach where they were today. Otherwise, they would have sunk into the river of time. That's not necessarily the case, Xiaoyang joked. Based on the information they had, it was still impossible to determine what kind of tricks the other party had up his sleeves. Many things were only in the realm of imagination and understanding. However, the human heart was the most difficult to understand. If the Fire Union had no other choice, they might choose to destroy everything in their desperation. Although that was the worst plan, it was the best plan for the inevitable outcome and was worth using. After thinking about this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but pay more attention to the situation. He even specially sent a message to the world spirit to pay attention to the local wind direction. If there was anything wrong, Xiaoyang would rush back to help immediately. If the powerhouses of the Fire Union really secretly went to the drifting cloud boundary or the sword heart boundary and prepared to destroy everything, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the possibility of that was very small, they had to be on guard. If there was a slight mistake, it was very likely that an unexpected situation would occur. Therefore, it would naturally not be wrong to think more about it. Bai Jian only smiled indifferently. He looked at the somewhat gloomy sky and stretched his body, appearing to be bored to death. In fact, Bai Jian's injuries had completely recovered, but his vitality could only be slowly nurtured. Looks like the Fire Union is not as easy to deal with as the Mo family. Princess Mingzhu smiled bitterly and muttered. Xiaoyang nodded. It seemed to be true. After all, the Mo family was a good example. It could be said that the destruction of the Mo family was enough to give the Fire Union a lot of information, allowing them to find loopholes and constantly improve their tactics. If they could find some key points from it, they might really have a way to deal with it. However, there were not many possibilities in this world. Everyone did not know each other that well, so it was not easy to find each other's flaws. It would be a joke if he could calculate everything clearly based on the information he had obtained. We never thought that this trip would be easy, Bai Jian smiled. Their trip was for the peace of the Four-Realm Alliance in the future. It could be said that they had no other choice. Therefore, they only had one choice, which was to go all out to create peace and give them more time to recuperate. They did have the strength to do so, but it was very risky. In the raging river, the three of them almost died and could not walk out. Xiao Yang smiled. What Bai Jian said was true. Their goal was very clear, so there was nothing to deny. Therefore, in the following time, they only needed to be at ease and watch. They just had to move forward. There would be someone to deal with the worries behind. Chapter 28:10. The matter seemed complicated, but once it was dissected, it would be much clearer and not as troublesome. Moreover, they had already agreed on the strategy when they were in the divine realm, and many details were arranged very well. At this point, it didn't seem to make much sense to think about it again. Sometimes, if they thought too much, they might even become hesitant. This was not good news, and it might even drag them down. Once they hesitated, it would be very easy for them to get into trouble or even bigger problems. It was common to lose sight of one thing and lose sight of another. Who could be so calculative that everything was under control? To be able to reach this step today, there were many difficulties, and there was even a little bit of luck mixed in. These things are indeed not something we can think too much about. We only need to destroy the nest of the Fire Assemble Alliance, Xiao Yang said straightforwardly. Bai Jian heard that and felt much better. There was no need to worry about things that had been decided long ago. They only needed to move forward bravely. As for whether there would be a mess behind them, it would depend on how the Emperor God and the rest handled it. Everyone had their own duties. If everyone wanted to help the other party but neglected what they were supposed to do, it would be easy for things to go wrong. Now, let's talk about the Fire Assemble Alliance, Xiao Yang said in a deep voice. They were not very far away from the Fire Assemble Alliance, and it could even be said that they had entered the other party's territory. However, until now there had not been any upheaval. There were only some people observing from afar, which was somewhat thought-provoking. Actually, it was simple. The Fire Assemble Alliance had thought it through very clearly, and that was to gather all of their forces for a battle. Once they chose to fight in batches, the so-called strategy of tiring out the enemy might be defeated one by the other party. Therefore, gathering all of their forces to fight to the death, victory and defeat was the wisest way to do it. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's expressions became much more serious. After all, they were not very clear about the Fire Assemble Alliance's specific situation. They had only heard about it occasionally. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The Fire Assemble Alliance is formed by the combination of countless forces. They seem to be a whole, but they are actually divided into many small mountains and forces. However, they aren't an ordinary alliance, or rather, they are like loose sand. Instead, they're very tightly knit together like a sect. Xiao Yang said, the reason why the Fire Union was like that was because several major powers had gone north tens of thousands of years ago, which made the powers in the mountains in the north feel a sense of danger, so they joined forces. Who would have thought that their alliance would indeed play a significant role? Even though it was still the same as before, all the forces that belonged to the Fire Gathering Alliance treated each other like brothers. The first leader of the alliance was a genius. Under his leadership, the Fire Gathering Alliance even showed signs of heading south, eyeing them covetously. However, later on, they joined forces with the 10,000 Beast Realm and started a war, so they shifted the spearhead. Otherwise, the Inflame Realm would have had internal strife long ago, and they would have fought endlessly. In the end, only one faction would have been able to reach the top. There is no need to be afraid of the other small forces. The contribution they can make in this war is also very limited. What we need to pay attention to are still those top experts, Xiaoyang continued. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu listened carefully, and at the same time they were pondering. The leader of the Fire Gathering Alliance is a powerhouse of the Sixth Order. Right now, he might be the strongest powerhouse of the Yin Flame Realm. However, this person said that he could invade the Four Realm Alliance and then went into seclusion. As for the current situation, we don't know. It is rumored that he is only half a step away from the Seventh Order. As Xiaoyang said, his expression became a bit ugly. Once that powerhouse stepped into the Seventh Order, their following battle would probably become even more difficult. Although they had fought the Seventh Order Xianya in the 10,000 Beast Realm and successfully killed him, there was still a bit of luck involved. Xian Yu relied entirely on the Horned Dragon's inner core to forcibly reach the Seventh Order. It was somewhat different from those who cultivated themselves. Xian Yu's footsteps were weak, but the leader of the Fire Gathering Alliance was a genuine Seventh Order powerhouse. How could they underestimate him? Hearing this, Princess Mingzhu's expression became a lot more dignified and said, "If we drag him into your little world, what are the chances of winning?" Hearing this, Bai Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It was not like they were out of ideas. "The chances of winning are very high, but I'm afraid that my little world will be completely destroyed," Xiaoyang said somewhat helplessly. Immediately, Princess Mingzhu frowned. If that little world was destroyed, then they would lose the bridge. Wanting to quickly rush back to the drifting cloud realm would also become an extravagant hope. "It's just a sword." Bai Jian smiled. Princess Mingzhu frowned slightly. It was easy to say, but it was not so easy to do it. Under the leader are the 9 peak masters. These 9 are all Fifth Order powerhouses. The 9 peaks surround the main peak, as if inviting you into a trap. Xiaoyang continued. Bai Jian laughed bitterly. Although they had killed some Tier 5 powerhouses before, the Collective Fire Alliance had as many as 9 of them. This was truly inconceivable. Also, there has always been a saying that although the Fifth Order powerhouses of the Fire Gathering Alliance are not as many as the Mo family, they are much stronger. Xiaoyang said, and his tone became much more dignified. Princess Mingzhu nodded slightly. If the Fifth Order powerhouses of the Fire Gathering Alliance were not strong enough, they would have been suppressed by the Mo family long ago. As for the Luoyan Mountain in the west, they were probably hiding their strength. Once all their abilities were on the table, they could not be underestimated. Fire Gathering Alliance, Alliance Master Peak. Almost all of the 9 peak masters were gathered here. Although some were absent before, they were all here now. The other party's ship had already sailed to their doorstep. How could they continue to be indifferent? This battle could be said to be unavoidable. It was imperative. Even if they wanted to hide, could they hide? Moreover, they also believed that if they were united against a common enemy, there was still a chance for them to turn the tables. Although there was still no news of the leader, they had to come up with a plan together. They had been discussing countermeasures for a long time, but most of them could not be sure. Most of them were just probing. But now that things had come to this, it could be said that they could not avoid it. They had to face it head-on. Everyone's expression was not good. Some looked more serious, while others were very depressed. Everyone's mentality was very different. Chapter 28:11. The 10 chairs formed a circle, but only 9 people were seated. The seat of the Alliance Master was empty, and Zhou and Huangwu sat on the left and right of the Alliance Master. It could be said that when the Alliance Master was not around, the 9 peaks would discuss and decide on the matters of the Alliance. However, it was difficult to reach a consensus. Moreover, some people were lazy and did not want to care about these matters. Therefore, the left and right hands, and Zhou and Huangwu, were born. Later on, the old Alliance Master revealed that if he wanted to be the next Alliance Master, he would not even be willing to share the burden. This made the 2 chairs nervous. However, and Zhou and Huang Wu had been sitting here for hundreds of years. It was impossible to shake their positions. Now that they were facing a great enemy, everyone had high hopes for the left and right hands of the Alliance Master. If they could come up with a good plan to deal with the enemy, it would not be a problem for them to sit together as the Alliance Master in the future. The old Mountain Master, Ping Chunsheng, suffered from qi deviation due to his impatience in seclusion. Therefore, he is unable to support us this time. Ho Ji, who had returned from the Luoyan Mountain, was the first to report his results. Everyone's expression became serious when they heard this. If the Luoyan Mountain was willing to stand with them against a common enemy, this battle would be huge. However, they were a little pessimistic now. The old Alliance Master was in seclusion, and they did not know the situation. Ping Chensheng also suffered from qi deviation. How could the 9 of them win this battle? What's there to be pessimistic about? It's 3 against 1 in the same realm. Why should we be afraid of a few juniors? Huang Wu said angrily when he saw that some people's expressions were not right. Everyone was speechless. Although no one refuted, their eyes seemed to be telling the truth. The Mo family could be said to have done their best. They even used the raging river. What was the final result? Now, the Mo family survivors were not in a high realm. They even had to tuck their tails between their legs. How is that qi deviation? Obviously, they don't want to help us. This old fox is really good at scheming. He did not hesitate to use such a method to refuse. And Zhou snorted and said, Ho Ji was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He was the one who had obtained the Luoyan Mountain. However, he was unable to complete the task. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? Could it be that he could go over there and kidnap that Almighty? Don't be unconvinced. Moreover, when Mountain Lord Ping left the Falling Flames Mountain, he was only a rank 6. Since he wasn't coming, why didn't his disciples come? Even if a rank 5 fellow Taoist were to come over, we would have an easier time. And Zhou continued. As soon as he said this, Ho Ji's brows furrowed. What he said made sense. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Ping Chensheng. There was nothing wrong with this move. It was understandable that he didn't come to support them. Well said, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We have to be on guard against this old fox. And Zhou said in a deep voice, even if the Assembly Fire Union won, they would suffer great losses in the end. Perhaps at that time, the Falling Flame Mountain would head north and swallow up the Fire Gathering Alliance. They had to be on guard against such situations. Hearing this, everyone's mood became even more depressed. Right now, the Gathering Fire Alliance was really in a precarious situation. It seemed that no matter what they chose, it would not be suitable. Not to mention the strong external enemies, the Falling Flames Mountain was eyeing them covetously. The Falling Flames Mountain has always been good at hiding their strength. They didn't show any ambition before, but they didn't have the chance. Chang Jiao said with a smile. They were all old foxes. In fact, they could think of many things and possibilities, but they were unwilling to accept them. More than half of the elites sent to harass the Four Realms Alliance were also lost. Xiao Di said, for a time, the 9 Peak Masters began to report the information they had received, and Zhou and Huang Wu both had a headache when they heard this. There was actually not a single piece of good news that could be considered good news. Now, no matter how they looked at it, the Gathering Fire Union seemed to be in a desperate situation. It was extremely difficult to make a comeback. Is the opponent really only a rank 3 martial emperor? Huang Wu frowned and asked in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. This was the news brought by countless experts of the Mo family, but now it still made people doubt it? However, they couldn't help but doubt it. After all, it was difficult for 3 rank 6 experts to kill their way out of the raging river. That's true, Qiu Di said with a smile. A few days ago, Qiu Di also took an Mo family member. He carefully asked him several times, and the other party indeed heard from Mo Jiu that the other party was indeed only a rank 5 expert. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but gasp subconsciously. If that was the case, then how monstrous were these 3 young people? It's not strange. Even Xingtian was defeated by Xiaoyang. In that case, these 3 monsters of the 4 Realms Alliance are really geniuses, Huang Wu said with a wry smile as if suddenly enlightened. At the same time, they were wondering what would happen if the 3 young people's realms continued to rise. They are probably the 3 most heaven-defying people in the 3,000 small worlds. They are like the 3 most powerful young people in our middle world. They are not bad in the outside world. Qingjiao said, the top people, no matter where they went, were probably the top existences. In the same way, trash was trash wherever they went. However, it's not like we don't have a chance. They are young and impetuous, and their path is smooth. It's inevitable that they will be arrogant. Qingjiao said, and Zhou's fingers were gently tapping on the chair, and he was also thinking about this problem. An arrogant army is bound to lose, and an indignant army is bound to win. It seems to be very suitable for our current situation. And Zhou suddenly smiled and said, hearing this, everyone looked at each other and laughed. This was indeed reasonable. They were ready for battle and had even calculated everything. If the other party felt that they were invincible, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own deaths. Thinking about it this way, things didn't seem so difficult. There was a possibility of retreat. Since everyone didn't leave, we all have the same idea. It's just a battle. Even if we know that we are going to die, we have to drag the other party down with us. When will our fire-gathering union be scared to the point of weakness? Huang Wu said, heroically. Huang Wu had always been a warmonger. Since he wanted to fight, how could he be scared to the point of not daring to make a move? Or was he so scared that he forgot to run? That was even more impossible. Ho Ji and the others thought so too. No matter how much they worried, it was meaningless. They were going to fight anyway. And Zhou was silent. Of course they should fight, but they shouldn't be like this, showing off their courage. Suddenly, everyone raised their eyebrows because they sensed a powerful aura emanating from a certain place. Even the surrounding aura had changed. Chapter 28:12. The eruption of such a powerful aura immediately made the 9 peak masters of the Fire Union become much more excited. Their expressions also changed greatly. In their eyes, it was as if they saw endless hope. Everyone present knew very well that the only person who could release such an aura was the leader of the Fire Assemble Alliance. Such a powerful aura made the 9 of them feel a lot of pressure. It could be said that in this Yin Flame world, there were only a handful of people who could do that. Mo Jiu from the Mo family died in battle, and the Mountain Master of the Luoyan Mountain injured himself to avoid this battle. So there was only one possibility left, and that was the leader of the Fire Assemble Alliance, a 6th Order Martial Emperor expert, could do that. To everyone, this was definitely great news, causing them to be even more excited. It was as if they had seen hope, causing them to be extremely excited. Could it be that the leader is about to break through? Qiu Di said the answer that everyone was thinking. Once this was said, everyone was very excited. They had calculated carefully before. If it was just the 9 of them fighting together, the chance of winning was only 50%. If the leader could come out in time, the chance of winning would be increased to 80%. But 80% was still not 10%. Moreover, according to their calculations, the Mo family had a 90% chance of defeating the 3 outsiders. However, the final result was that the 3 outsiders had defeated the Mo family's 9 forces. When the dust settled, everyone still felt that it was shocking, and even thought that it was a rumor. It took them a long time to recover and accept this fact. The more it was like this, the more it made them panic. The other party was good at counterattacking, so they had to show more ability and calculation to win. They couldn't even give the opponent a chance. Otherwise, once they were caught, the small one would expand infinitely, and in the end, it would become 10%. Thinking of this, everyone's brows furrowed. Without a backbone, It was really too difficult to endure. If such a situation were to continue, it would be a complete torture to them, and it would cause their mental state to be in tatters. If the leader could break through to the Seventh Order Martial Emperor this time, coupled with their planning and calculation, they could directly increase the chance of winning to 100%. I won't even give you a 10% chance. Let's see what you three outsiders can do. The peak masters of the 9 peaks were all very excited, and their expressions subconsciously became radiant. It was as if all the torture they had suffered before had turned into nothingness at this moment, or perhaps it was no longer that important, causing them to continue to suffer. Huang Wu was trembling with excitement. Although he was more belligerent, he knew that once the battle started, he would be the first to bear the brunt and would probably be the first person to die. However, once the Alliance Master came out of seclusion, the situation would change. At that time, his situation would also change greatly. If one could live on, who would want to die? The next moment, the 9 of them left the place and ran towards the back of the mountain. After they went out, they saw that many disciples of the main peak were also very excited. The Alliance Master was still in closed-door cultivation, yet he was able to emit such a powerful aura. From this, one could infer that the situation might not be as dire as imagined. Everything started to change for the better because of one person. When they saw the 9 peak masters running away as if they had gone mad, everyone's state of mind changed greatly. Perhaps everything wasn't as bad as imagined, and it was starting to get better, and Zhou Huangwu and the others came in front of a stone door. Although the stone door was tightly shut, they could clearly feel that the aura emitted from inside was very tyrannical. Moreover, that aura was still constantly rising. It was obvious that it had accumulated a lot, and the breakthrough had begun. The Alliance Master had been in the 6th Order Martial Emperor for nearly 10,000 years, and he hadn't been able to break through the shackles for a long time. Many people felt that this life had become an extravagant hope. However, who would have thought that the Alliance Master had really broken the norm, and was about to become a unique existence in the Inflame world, a true supreme expert? Good fellow, as expected of the Alliance Master. At this juncture, he can stand up to save everything. Chung Jiao sighed. Everyone laughed very happily. They didn't need to worry about what happened next. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to rejoice. The enemy is right in front of us. If the other party notices, the ones who will be anxious will be them. The Alliance Master's breakthrough is very important. If he is disturbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. And Zhou was calmer and said in a deep voice, in Zhou's opinion, if the Alliance Master successfully broke through, he would also become a 7th Order powerhouse. At that time, Xiaoyang and the others would be the ones panicking. If they noticed something, they wouldn't want to see the Alliance Master in such a good situation. If they interfered, the Alliance Master would be distracted and disturbed. In the best case, he would go crazy, and in the worst case, his realm would fall. If the latter happened, it would be one disaster after another. Peak Master, and don't worry, I will personally go and monitor. If the other party makes a move, I will inform you immediately. Ho Ji volunteered. I'm willing to go. At the same time, another person stood out and said with a very calm expression, and Zhou nodded with a smile and said, remember, if the other party doesn't make a move, don't fight. Even if you want to fight, the 9 of us have to fight together. Ho Ji nodded. He understood this point. If the 2 of them went to stop the enemy, they would only be defeated one by one. After Xiaoyang explained the general situation of the Alliance Master, his gaze turned to the other side. At the same time, he began to ponder again. He had learned about the existence of the raging river from the Mo family's consciousness. However, he really didn't know what kind of trump card the Alliance Master had. From the consciousness of Enlin and the others, he also learned about the saying, one mountain has 9 peaks. However, he really couldn't say for sure what kind of clues there were. After all, the Alliance Master was located in the northernmost region and had never been invaded. Thus, they didn't have the opportunity to use their trump card. If it weren't for the fact that the mighty figure from the myriad beast realm had fought his way to the raging river, He probably wouldn't even know about this. There were many secrets that couldn't be easily divulged. If others wanted to research them and target them, it wouldn't be a good thing. It could be said that these secrets were like their lifeblood. Who would be willing to let others know about them? The fewer people who knew about them, the better. That was the most appropriate way. If too many people knew about them, they would inevitably spread the news. When that time came, the so-called secret would no longer be a secret. Instead, it would be known by the entire world. Chapter 28:13. It wasn't that Xiaoyang was being overly cautious, but there were some things that had to be considered. This was for the sake of their own lives, or perhaps it could be said that they were responsible for the lives of their companions. If Xiaoyang didn't take this seriously, all three of them would probably be buried here. Although the Fire-Gathering Alliance hadn't brought out any earth-shattering trump cards, it didn't mean that they didn't have any. After all, how could a force that had existed for tens of thousands of years not have any foundation? The Mo family had the Raging River, and the Falling Flame Mountain was the foundation of the Falling Flame Mountain. As for the Fire-Gathering Alliance, it was very likely that the clues lay on the 9 peaks of the mountain. Some of the secrets of the Fire-Gathering Alliance were airtight. As the eldest son of Inzhou, there was a high chance that he would inherit the position of the peak leader in the future. Even so, he didn't know about these secrets. This was something that needed to be investigated. The more deeply hidden something was, the more effort one had to put in and think about it. After all, many mistakes could appear in the blink of an eye. Only you can think about these vexing matters. Bai Jian helplessly laughed bitterly and said, "It wasn't that Bai Jian wasn't intelligent, but there were many types of intelligence. For example, Bai Jian had put all his talent into cultivation. As for scheming and plotting or figuring out the general situation of the enemy, he was very bad at these things. Beside him, Princess Mingzhu was also trying to think deeper, but she felt like her head was about to split open. Everyone's energy and direction of development were different, and Princess Mingzhu had put her intelligence into tool refinement. This was demonstrated incisively and vividly in the 3,000 small worlds. The flying ship that they refined was of the holy rank, and they even refined 100 of them and sent them out as invitations. This kind of extravagance couldn't be explained by being blessed by the heavens. However, the 3 of them formed the best team due to a freak combination of factors. Xiaoyang chuckled helplessly. Although the Fire-Gathering Alliance doesn't have any powerful methods on the surface, we still have to be on our guard. Who knows, this battle might be even more difficult than the one at the Raging River. For that battle, the Mo family had racked their brains to plot against them on the Flying Cloud Mountain. However, what was the final result? They still didn't manage to obtain much useful information. However, the Fire-Gathering Alliance was different. It was as if they were sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. This was what they were relying on. I'm not stupid. If the Fire-Gathering Alliance didn't use their brains when the 3 of us were able to destroy the Mo family, they would be stupid. After all, even though there are many idiots, there will always be 1 or 2 smart ones among a bunch of idiots. Bai Jian laughed. When Princess Mingzhu heard these words, she frowned slightly. She felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. He could only slowly examine it and search for clues. However, it was not easy to think through all these things clearly. Xiaoyang laughed as well. What he said was rather interesting. But this was also true. There were many of them where we were the most stupid to be used to be honest. Some people thought that they had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years and were used to it. They felt that they were experienced, but they fell into their own fantasies and habitually thought that some things were logical. 1 mountain with 9 peaks. We'll break a few of them when the time comes, Xiaoyang said with a smile. 1 mountain with 9 peaks. This could be considered one of the wonders of the Yin Flame world. Bai Jian nodded and said, "If you're interested, you can give it a try." Princess Mingzhu pointed at the flying boat beneath her feet and asked, "Can it be broken directly?" Xiaoyang shook his head because it might not work. The flying boat was a saint-grade magic tool, but the one mountain with 9 peaks had weathered countless storms and had probably become indestructible long ago. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows. What if I refine the one mountain with 9 peaks into a magic tool? This was indeed quite tempting. Previously, the Flying Cloud Mountain was already comparable to a spiritual grade magic tool. If the one mountain with 9 peaks was refined into a complete one, its grade would probably not be low. He could not help but look forward to it. Once he succeeded, what kind of scene would it be? Why are you like a miser? There's something wrong with your gaze, Bai Jian teased. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, I can't help it. I've been abandoned by my family since I was young. I don't have anything good and am used to being poor. After I ascended to the upper realm and became a common lord, I became even more afraid when I realized how poor my hometown was. I'm not like you guys who were born with a golden spoon in your mouth. So if I can get something good, I can't miss it. All right, after we go back, I'll give you all the treasured swords that I've kept for decades. How about that? Don't say that I'm stingy, Bai Jian said with a smile. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy really dared to say that. Those treasured swords were indeed very precious in the Sword Heart realm. But how many people in the Drifting Cloud realm use swords? Since Brother Bai has expressed, then I can't fall behind. I'll use my own money to fund you. Other things aside, there are still quite a few flying ships, Princess Mingzhu said with a smile. Facing these two people's ridicule, Xiaoyang could only shrug his shoulders to indicate that he admitted defeat. If he continued to argue with them, the one who would suffer losses would probably only be him. They were indeed big families and businesses, and the Drifting Cloud realm in the past was also indeed poor. Although no one felt it at that time, after witnessing the prosperity of the divine realm, the comparison really came out. If not for the fact that the Drifting Cloud realm's people were valiant and did not think too much about this, it would easily make people feel inferior. Between us, the Sword Heart realm lacks everything except treasured swords everywhere, Bai Jian said with a smile. Xiaoyang was speechless. Why was there no end to this guy? Princess Mingzhu stopped while she was ahead and did not continue to participate. Bai Jian finally grabbed an opportunity to discuss this guy. Naturally, he was also unwilling to miss this good opportunity. Although they could practically see the silhouette of that one mountain and 9 peaks, it could be said that a great battle was ahead. Each and every one of them was not on guard and was instead very relaxed. Before the great battle, that naturally had to relax their mentality and let themselves be in a better state. If not, being overly nervous would only make themselves perform abnormally. They were not willing to see this kind of situation happen, so they also found some topics on the spot to adjust the atmosphere. This trip was dangerous. Before setting off, everyone was well aware in their hearts. But they still came, facing Bai Jian's disgust. Xiaoyang could only think of ways to refute a few words. Jokes were just for fun, no need to take it to heart. All of a sudden, the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, focusing their gazes in the direction of that one mountain and 9 peaks. Chapter 28:14. The 3 of them could clearly feel that the luck and power around them were rapidly flowing towards the direction of the 9 peaks. The speed was also relatively terrifying, and the flow was like a tide. They were well aware of the fact that it could cause such a phenomenon. When they looked at each other, they all understood. It was not that they had not seen such a scene before. Back when Nan Hong triggered the opportunity, the commotion was much greater and fiercer than now. The person from the Gathering Fire Alliance can actually make a move at this critical juncture. What a guy, what a guy! Bai Jian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered. Xiaoyang's expression became much more serious at this moment. If the person from the Gathering Fire Alliance really broke through to the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm, the consequences would naturally be unimaginable. At least, the difficulty of this battle would directly increase by a lot. Previously, since Nanhong was able to directly advance from Wu Zun to the third level of the martial emperor realm. What's the big deal about that person's actions? Princess Mingzhu said indifferently. There were many strange things in the Yin Flame world. After seeing the sea, how could one sigh at the turbulent river? Do you want me to speed up? Princess Mingzhu suddenly said in a low voice, now that the other party was at the critical moment of breaking through. If they went to disturb him, once they succeeded, the old alliance master's great opportunity this time would probably become a life-threatening existence. The matter of breaking through was incomparably mysterious. Some people naturally did it in a breath, but some people needed a very long time to do it. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Act according to the original plan." When Princess Mingzhu heard this, she did not care, as if she had already expected such an outcome. They had previously made an inference, but they did not expect that it would really become a reality. It was a little unexpected. Aren't we a little too arrogant? Bai Jian said a little woodenly. Although they had previously joined forces to kill the 7th level Xianya, the situation was indeed different. How could it be compared? Xiao Yang patted his good friend's shoulder and said, "What do you mean by careless? When the time comes, you'll be able to take that Class 7 expert's life with a single strike. It'll be a very pleasant thing to say." The jade-faced youth rolled his eyes at his good friend. He really had two mouths opening and closing, and it was easy for him to say it. Bai Jian was a little angry, but he did not take it to heart. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Who asked you to mock me before? Now, it's time for me to disgust you. Even if we go now, I'm afraid the 9 Peak Masters will do their best to stop us. After all, that was their only hope. If anyone dared to extinguish it, they would definitely use all their strength to stop them. In fact, they might even resort to any means at all costs," Xiaoyang continued. Princess Mingzhu nodded. A cornered dog would jump over a wall. Sometimes, when a person's heart became crazy, the things they did would naturally be difficult for others to understand and figure out. Therefore, there was no need to brace himself for certain risks. However, no matter how they looked at it, this was not good news for the three of them. Therefore, how they should deal with the aftermath naturally became a more urgent matter. Should I invite my father over first? Princess Mingzhu hesitated for a long time before asking in a deep voice. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He also had to consider this point. After all, it was hard to say what would happen if an accident happened. Grandmaster can also come over, Bai Jian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded slightly. Since the situation had already exceeded his expectations and plans, or even far exceeded them, he had to come up with more countermeasures to seek for more variables. If they braced themselves and fought, it would be very easy for something to happen. Back then, Bai Jian Jingtian had killed Mo Jiao with one strike. However, if the same situation happened again, he might not be able to kill the rank 7 Alliance Master. In that case, this question was still worth pondering. If the Emperor God and Sword Masterly make a move, there will be no experts guarding the Sword Heart World and Drifting Cloud World. It will be very easy for something to happen. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Bai Jian shrugged. This was indeed a very big risk. However, it was not that there was no other way. If it really came to that, they had no choice but to do it. Mother has already come out of seclusion. If it's possible, she can come over with Father. Princess Mingzhu did not answer the question and said as if she had always said it herself. Xiao Yang touched his chin and frowned slightly. This was indeed worth thinking about. All these things were indeed worth thinking about. It's gone so quickly. This old man is not as violent as Nan Hong, Bai Jian said with a smile after he felt that the fate energy had dissipated. Princess Mingzhu shook her head helplessly. If the Alliance Master could get as much fate energy as Nan Hong, wouldn't it be great? Moreover, even if he got it, he might not be able to break through a realm. From the looks of it, he broke through normally. In the end, the amount of fate energy he absorbed seems to be too little, Princess Mingzhu said. To Princess Mingzhu, this amount of fate energy was almost the same as her breaking through to rank 4 in the God world. The difference between rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 6 to rank 7 was not just a little bit. We'll talk about it when the time comes. We just have to do our best. By then, whatever the situation is, it's none of our business. Xiaoyang smiled and shook his head. Princess Mingzhu nodded. Then she took out a jade tablet and started to send the news back to the God world. Although the God Emperor was far away in the flowing cloud world, he still knew about the changes in the Yin Flame world. If he didn't know enough, how could the God Emperor be at ease and allow his precious daughter to risk her life? Falling Flame Mountain. Ping Chensheng sat in the pavilion and tasted the tea leaves that were left over from tens of thousands of years ago. He was also thinking about the gains and losses in this battle. For example, the so-called deal between him and Xiaoyang that didn't seem to exist. There were many things that were still thought-provoking. After all, he didn't choose to help the Gathering Alliance this time. It was equivalent to falling out with them. It wouldn't be good if they met in the future. Although it wasn't a problem for him to fool Hoji at that time, not everyone in the Nine Peaks was Hoji. There were bound to be people who could recognize the truth. On the surface, the reason was reasonable. The Gathering Alliance couldn't make things difficult for the Falling Flame Mountain. However, it wasn't as if there weren't any unreasonable people in the Nine Peaks. Although Ping Chensheng felt that the Gathering Alliance wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, he was still willing to think more. After all, only by thinking more would he be able to avoid any mistakes. It wasn't a bad idea to plan for the worst. Otherwise, it would be useless to just stand there blankly when things came to it. Chapter 28:15. Ping Chensheng had always been a cautious person. He wanted to think of many possibilities when it came to a matter, and he would also come up with many different solutions. Therefore, no matter what kind of situation it was, he would be able to make the most correct choice at the first possible moment and remain calm. However, in the blink of an eye, Ping Chensheng sensed a strange phenomenon in the sky. He immediately looked toward the northeast and frowned subconsciously. Suddenly, Ping Chensheng seemed to be in a daze as he stared into the distance. His expression turned ugly. The old man became stiff, as if he had become senile in the blink of an eye. He no longer had the gentle aura from before. After a long time, Ping Chensheng slowly regained his senses. He took a deep breath. Although his expression had calmed down, he was no longer as calm as before. Victory was in his grasp, and he would be able to benefit no matter what the situation was. It was as if this thought had become a fleeting cloud in Ping Chensheng's mind and no longer existed. I didn't expect you to take this step at such a critical moment. You're really something. Ping Chensheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly felt that the tea leaves that he had collected for tens of thousands of years had lost their taste. Now that things had come to this, Ping Chensheng could only laugh. What was done was done. Even if he tried to salvage the situation now, he would only be a clown. He could accept the grievances, but the fallen flame mountain that liked to endure did not mean that they would accept humiliation. Previously, Ping Chensheng was still thinking about how he should reap the benefits. Now he was caught in an absolute dilemma. This was because, no matter what he did, it seemed to be a mistake that could not be corrected. Since the matter had already happened and appeared, wanting to change it had already become an extravagant hope. Brother Xiao, your situation doesn't look good. My fallen flame mountain's days won't be easy from now on. Ping Chensheng smiled bitterly. Ping Chensheng had learned his lesson from the Emo clan's incident. He thought that he could wait for a good outcome. Who would have thought that he would end up in such a situation? No matter who it was, they would feel extremely vexed. Although Ping Chensheng did not directly agree to Xiaoyang's request, he had offended the Gathering Fire Alliance when he pretended to reject Hoji. The appearance of a Seventh Order Martial Emperor was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. As a result, many details could stand up to scrutiny. At this time, the blockhead walked in. Clearly, he was still dissatisfied with his master's decision. He had never been angry with this disciple in his entire life. His temperament had never changed, even after 10,000 years. However, it was much better for her to show her emotions on the surface and not cause trouble in the dark. Therefore, the old man doted on this disciple a little more. Blockhead, did you know that the Alliance's Alliance Master has already broken through to rank 7? Ping Chinching said. The blockhead was stunned for a moment. Then he became extremely excited. His eyes seemed to be questioning whether it was true or not. Why would I lie to you? Ping Chinching laughed. Back then, the three of them were like an iron triangle. They would sense each other's breakthroughs or deaths. However, it was very rare. Who would have thought that in less than a month's time, there would be 2 such occurrences? One had fallen, and the other had broken through. If that's the case, the Muster Fire Alliance will be saved. Those 3 crazy bastards will also die, the blockhead said very emotionally. Ping Chensheng shook his head helplessly. This guy was still as careless as before. He didn't think too deeply. Our future days won't be easy. Ping Chensheng smiled bitterly. The blockhead was stunned. He didn't understand. What was this? However, the blockhead felt that this was a good thing. Why did you come here? Ping Chensheng asked helplessly. If he wanted to discuss this matter with this disciple, he would be asking for a rebuff. Because of this, Ping Chensheng didn't call this disciple by his name. Instead, he gave him the nickname of Blockhead. Someone called Nan Hong is looking for you. His cultivation isn't bad. However, it's strange that I haven't heard of him before. The blockhead said gloomily. Although there were many martial emperors in the Enflame world, it was impossible for him to not have heard of a young genius who had reached rank 3 or above. However, this Nan Hong seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Some time ago, he became a rank 3 martial emperor from Wuzun. Of course, you haven't heard of him. Ping Chinching smiled. When he heard this, the blockhead was stunned. What was this? What was this? You're not the only one who doesn't believe it. Even I don't believe it. Go and invite him in. Remember to be respectful. Don't neglect him. Ping Chensheng said helplessly. If it were any other time, Ping Chensheng would be willing to go out and receive him personally. However, he wasn't in the mood now. If the Collective Fire Union won, this prodigy would become a joke. He might not even have a long life. The blockhead was dumbfounded. He didn't want to think too much about it. He went to bring the young man with doubts. Who asked you to come? Ping Chensheng asked as he looked at the resolute and righteous young man before him. When he thought about it, the old man suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. He could only ask to see if he could find some clues. After Ping Chensheng ascertained that there was nothing wrong with the young man's cultivation, his worries were dispelled. However, he couldn't convince himself. I don't know how to explain it. A voice in my heart told me that as long as I came here, you would pave the way for me. Nan Hong said honestly. Ping Chensheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. The young man was quite straightforward, especially when he said, you would pave the way for me. Was there anyone who said it so straightforwardly? I suspect that Xiao Yang did something to you, Ping Chinching said in a deep voice. Previously, Xiao Yang had said that only Ping Chinching had the ability to help Nan Hong ascend to that position. Now, the young man had come here himself. If Ping Chinching had come here himself, perhaps he wouldn't have such concerns. However, since the young man had come here himself, it was worth pondering. However, he also felt that something was wrong. The young man was very smart. How could he have done such a thing? Therefore, something was very wrong. Or was he trying to hide the truth? Xiao Yang can be considered a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. He wouldn't do such a despicable thing. If he really wanted to do that, he would have killed me on the flying ship. Why would he want to nurture a tiger and invite calamity? Nan Hong thought about it and spoke his mind. Chapter 28:16. Ping Chen tapped his finger on the table. At the same time, he was thinking about this matter. What he said seemed to be true, but it was hard to be sure. The blockhead was stunned again because he didn't understand what Ping Chinching said. Back then, the airship's providence that lasted for a day and a night all landed on him. That's why he was able to break through from Wu Zun to third-level Martial Emperor. Ping Chinching explained patiently. When the blockhead heard this, he was extremely shocked. He felt that what he had heard was simply unheard of. However, the blockhead soon became excited because he knew that since the providence didn't land on the three outsiders, it meant that they weren't abandoned by the world. Those three guys weren't punished by the heavens. Ping Chenxing didn't care about his foolish disciple. When would he come back to his senses? Therefore, it was better to think about the matter at hand. What else did your heart say to you? Ping Chenxing asked patiently. Since he wanted to get something out of it, he could only take it slowly. He couldn't rush it. It also told me to go into seclusion after coming to the Luoyan mountain. It won't be too late to come out after I reach your level. At that time, the chaos in the in-flame world will end and you'll take care of it beautifully. Then I'll be at ease. As Ping Chinching spoke, he was a little unhappy. It seemed like he wasn't very satisfied with such an arrangement. He was born in a chaotic world. Since the heavens had chosen him, how could he retreat? That's for the best. No matter who comes to clean up this mess, they'll get into trouble. If it's true, your definition will naturally be different. You're not suitable to do such dirty things, Ping Chenxing said with a smile. Nan Hong remained silent. She was still angry in her heart. How could a man stand between the heavens and the earth avoid everything? Since he was favored by the heavens and the earth, he should step forward bravely. It seems like you're still unconvinced. I think you're a supreme existence in the in-flame world. If you want to be like a god, you naturally can't be tainted. Unfortunately, the in-flame world is like a quagmire now. Anyone who comes to do something will end up covered in filth. Ping Chinching said with a shrug. This was the reality of the in-flame realm. Regardless of whether one admitted it or not, the situation was like this. One could not change it. Therefore, in his ordinary life, he was like a street sweeper, cleaning up the path for this child. It shouldn't be like this, Nan Hong said, somewhat unconvinced. Suddenly, Ping Chinching's eyes lit up. He seemed to have understood why this young man had boarded the airship and received a gift from the world. He had even left unscathed, went to the Furious River, and then came to the Fallen Flame Mountain. Now, do you really want to go to the Gathering Fire Alliance, but you don't have the courage? Because you realized that things weren't as simple as you thought. You were very conflicted. On one side was his own world, while on the other side was his own world. A debt must be repaid, and a life must be repaid with a life. Ping Chenxing changed the topic. Nan Hong nodded. He was indeed in a dilemma, so he came to the Luoyan mountain, hoping that this old man could give him an answer. Since that's the case, I'll tell you the answer. You were right to come to me. No matter how much you can't bear it, you can only let it happen. Remember, this world has chosen you 100 years from now, and not for you to enter it now. Ping Chenxing took a deep breath and said patiently, there had always been a problem with the in-flame realm's atmosphere, and it needed to be changed. This seemingly honest young man seemed to be able to do it. As for whether or not Xiaoyang had done something to him, Ping Chenxing had already thought it through and knew that it was impossible. After all, the world's providence was extremely strong. No matter how brilliant Xiaoyang's methods were, it would be difficult for him to become an enemy of the entire world. I've said before that the world is a quagmire now. There are some things that aren't suitable for you to do. According to the current situation of the in-flame realm, it's not suitable for you to come out. If you want to come out, you won't care even if you're covered in mud as long as you dare. However, have you ever thought that the mud will change your temperament? That you won't be you and will leave your roots? Ping Chinching said. Nan Hong frowned. He still couldn't figure out this problem. If you don't take any stand, why do you think you're blessed by the world? Ping Chinching asked. Nan Hong shook his head. He couldn't understand. Ping Chinching laughed and pointed at his disciple. Don't be like him. Being honest and being stupid are two different things. In the future, you can go into seclusion with peace of mind. You can even stay in seclusion for longer. If the Assemble Fire Alliance wins, don't come out of seclusion if your realm isn't as high as the Alliance leaders. Nan Hong was even more puzzled. He didn't understand. Ping Chensheng suddenly changed his mind because he felt that the providence brought by this young man was affecting the falling flame mountain and slowly strengthening it. The flow of providence was very difficult to fake. Today, I'll accept a disciple on behalf of my master. How about you be my junior brother? Ping Chinching stood up and said with a smile, So what if the Assemble Fire Alliance won in the future? As long as this young man could grow up, his future would be promising. This kind of relationship was not low at all. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Nan Hong lowered his body and kowtowed. The flying ship was still moving forward at the same speed. Even though they already knew about the changes, they didn't change anything. It was as if they were unwavering. It was also as if it was something that couldn't be changed once it was decided. Xiaoyang had also discussed this matter with the God Emperor in detail. After all, this change had completely exceeded their expectations. Naturally, they needed more countermeasures. In this way, their plans would naturally need to be even more thorough. Princess Mingzhu seemed very indifferent because she felt that Xiaoyang wouldn't do anything that he wasn't confident in. Although the risk was very high, she didn't care at all. Bai Jian was even more relaxed. He didn't want to use his brain at all. He wasn't as sloppy as before and put a lot of effort into nurturing his sword intent. Since this matter had been completely settled, it was naturally not good for him to say anything more. He just needed to focus on what he was good at. In Bai Jian's opinion, if he kept clinging on to some variables and didn't let go, he would just be looking for trouble. As the saying went, everything would be fine when the boat reached the bridge head. Why should he bother himself for nothing? There wasn't much meaning in that. In Bai Jian's opinion, his position was just to pass on the sword. No matter what the situation was, it was enough for him to have a sword in his hand. The enlightened sword heart was like that. It wouldn't allow his state of mind to be mixed with other things because of anything. Only then would the sword be sharp enough. Chapter 28:17. The airship continued to press forward, but the gathering Fire Alliance was still silent. There were even some powerful forces entrenched on some mountains below the airship. There were even some third-level martial emperors among them. They were still biding their time and did not make a sound. It was as if the airship was only concerned with him and had nothing to do with them. If it was before, Xiaoyang would definitely have asked Princess Mingzhu to throw a few magic weapons down to show them how powerful they were. However, the situation was different now. He should restrain himself and preserve more strength so that there would be more room for future changes. Everything would not go as smoothly as imagined, so it was not wrong to have more tricks up his sleeve. These guys are really calm. If it were me, I would be furious and bleed 3 feet. Bai Jian joked with a smile. These words were completely the words of an ignorant man. As the saying goes, when an ignorant man gets angry, blood splatters 3 feet. That's enough with you. Back then, who was the one who hid in the peach forest and drank in a daze, not caring about anything at all? Princess Mingzhu sneered. Bai Jian scratched his head awkwardly when he heard that. He was indeed very dispirited at that time. Who had not experienced a blow before? However, he had walked out on his own and would not do nothing when the enemy was coming. Back then, who was the one who went to rescue the Wanshou realm in high spirits when they were surrounded? Bai Jian could not help but feel angry as he thought about it, so he retorted. Princess Mingzhu supported her forehead with her hand. This was indeed irrefutable. Back then, Princess Mingzhu felt that they were in a dead end. Who knew that the situation would change when Bai Jian came? At that time, Bai Jian was indeed full of mettle. Everyone be mentally prepared. We might have to account for the next battle, Xiaoyang said, and his tone became much more serious. The other party had succeeded in breaking through, but there was still no movement until now. This also meant that they were ambitious. The quieter it was, the more terrifying it was. The eve of a storm was very quiet. It was likely that the other party had already calculated and laid an inescapable trap waiting for them. If it really doesn't work, we'll just turn around and head back. So what if it's embarrassing? If the other party's preparations are useless, they'll probably be even angrier, Bai Jian said with a smile, still not minding. Xiaoyang smiled and shook his head. If they retreated, everything they had done before would be for naught. Originally, they wanted to break the backbone of the Yin Flame realm so that they wouldn't dare to look at the Four Realms alliance for the next several hundred years. If he retreated, he might lose everything in the end. It could be said that they had no way out now. The situation was pushing them forward. They had no choice. If you want to leave, then leave now, Princess Mingzhu said. Bai Jian only laughed a few times and did not move. He was just joking, but he did not expect this person to take it seriously. This was indeed a little unbearable. However, since that was the case, if he couldn't bring himself to talk about it, then so be it. The situation shouldn't be as bad as imagined. After all, we still have a lot of backup plans, Xiaoyang said with a wry smile. As for whether these so-called backup plans or the trump cards of the Focus Fire Union, it remained to be seen who would be more skilled. If they didn't meet force with force, it wouldn't be easy to come to a conclusion. After a while, Xiaoyang and the others saw the so-called 1 mountain and 9 peaks. The 9 peaks towered into the clouds like 9 sharp swords. The 9 peaks were arranged in order, forming a circle around the largest peak in the middle. However, there was an obvious gap in the south. It was unknown if there was a peak in that gap in the past, but it was later smoothed out. 1 mountain and 9 peaks. It could be said to be a special situation. It was shocking. The airship continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the closest peak. The 3 of them stood at the bow and looked around, looking for some clues. As expected of a spectacle, just one look made me feel a lot of emotions, Bai Jian said with a smile. Xiaoyang nodded. This 1 mountain and 9 peaks was indeed a spectacle. It was very shocking. However, they didn't expect Bai Jian to benefit a lot. Such a shock made his sword heart change a little. It was as if some new sword chi had begun to be born one after another. There's a lot of luck suppressed under this 1 mountain and 9 peaks. I'm afraid this is the reason why the Collective Fire Union can prosper for so long. Although it has the same effect as the Furious River, this is much better, Princess Mingzhu said in a deep voice. Back then, she was favored by the 3,000 small worlds. She was especially sensitive to luck. Xiaoyang nodded his head in agreement. This place was indeed extraordinary. However, until now there was still no sound from the 1 mountain and 9 peaks. It was inevitable that people would feel a little apprehensive. It was as if the inescapable trap was ready. The quieter it was, the more difficult it was for people to calm down. A place where there was no killing intent was the most terrifying. On the mountain. It wasn't that the Collective Fire Union didn't do anything, but they were all waiting for the Union Master to come out of seclusion. After Ho Ji confirmed that the 3 outsiders didn't come to disrupt the process, he returned with peace of mind. Moreover, the flying ship had slowly entered their territory. If they wanted to make a move, they would have come long ago. They are really conceited. Do they think that they are invincible? Cheng Jiao said with some anger. Being looked down upon like this, they didn't feel the same in their hearts. They even felt very aggrieved. Such a method was really hard to accept. They will pay the price for their arrogance. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Why are you so anxious? Qiu Di said with a smile. Cheng Jiao shrugged his shoulders. He felt a little unhappy about it. However, according to this, it was indeed not bad. When the Alliance Master came out of seclusion, the situation would be settled. As for the previous debt, it could be written off in one stroke. And Joe didn't say a word. In his opinion, it was understandable. The other party's actions were very ambitious. Therefore, this scene naturally had to be done well. The momentum couldn't tolerate any carelessness. When the stone door slowly opened, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths subconsciously. It was as if they were afraid that they would disturb the process if they breathed too heavily. A middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out slowly. There was a faint smile on his face. The majesty of a king was even more obvious. It was admirable. Congratulations to the Alliance Master for becoming the strongest. Everyone congratulated him loudly. Chapter 28:18. After the Alliance Master came out of seclusion, and Zhou and Huang Wu also used the shortest time to explain the whole matter clearly in the most concise words. This old Alliance Master didn't look old at all. Now, he looked like a middle-aged man. However, there was still a reason why he was called the Old Alliance Master. With this breakthrough, this Almighty's appearance also became much younger. Moreover, he had sat on the position of Alliance Master for 10,000 years. No matter how one looked at it, this seniority was old enough. After hearing the entire story, clearly, the Old Alliance Master frowned slightly. Soon after, he laughed. This matter sounded a little absurd and unruly. However, among those present who would joke around and tell a lie, that old thing, Emojio, died just like that? The Emo family's power also disappeared? The Old Alliance Master seemed to be in disbelief and confirmed again. Seeing that everyone nodded, this became a matter of certainty. It couldn't be faked. The Old Alliance Master also sighed heavily. He was the first of the three to break through this time. Unexpectedly, before he could show off, the other party was gone. The three of them had been facing each other for 10,000 years and had long appreciated each other. No matter how they fought openly and secretly, they still had some feelings and thoughts. Suddenly things turned out like this. The Old Alliance Master also felt a little helpless. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Presumably, it was just like this. Sometimes, things that seemed eternal and unchanging could be turned upside down in just a few days. The last time they met to finalize things, they didn't expect that when they came out of seclusion, things had already changed. Those three people from the outside world are really powerful. The Old Alliance Master sighed. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in not believing it. It was better to accept it calmly. Moreover, the other party was already above their heads. If they didn't do anything, it would be a little inappropriate. It seems that you have already made arrangements. Since the other party is here, then treat the guests according to your original plan. The Old Alliance Master said, and Zhou immediately nodded. Originally, he was still a little worried. After the Old Alliance Master broke through, it was inevitable that he would be a little complacent. If he underestimated the other party, he might suffer in the end. Moreover, according to the plan they made before, no matter how one looked at it, it was the safest way. The risk was also the smallest. If he could take it down safely, then he couldn't take the risk. The Old Alliance Master couldn't help but ponder. Were these three really just fifth-order martial kings? But judging from such a dazzling battle record, it didn't seem like it. If this was true, then it was a little too heaven-defying. In fact, it was completely beyond their common sense. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. It was up to him whether he believed it or not. The truth was there. Even if you didn't believe it, it couldn't be changed. Since that's the case, why are you still standing here? Everyone, take your places, the Old Alliance Master said upon seeing this. And Zhou and the others didn't hesitate and swiftly headed towards their respective mountains. Huang Wu was the last to leave, saying, Alliance Master, aren't we being a bit too serious? Among the 9 of you, your will is the strongest. Those 3 little fellows must also have extraordinary means. Furthermore, Very little information about the Battle of the Raging River has spread. There might be many things that we don't know about. There's nothing wrong with being a little more cautious. The Old Alliance master smiled. Huang Wu shrugged disapprovingly. The Mo family is a lesson. Even if we don't understand the strength of our opponents, we should be more careful. Don't think of things too simply and end up harming ourselves. The Old Alliance master said. Huang Wu was still a little unwilling, saying, "You are the first Seventh Order powerhouse in our Flame world in tens of thousands of years." So what? According to what you said, those 3 outsiders killed people of the same realm, like slaughtering dogs. You can directly raise their cultivation level by 1 realm, and then you will know how powerful they are. The Old Alliance master said. As soon as these words came out, Huang Wu frowned. Perhaps those 3 outsiders were really trying to hide their strength, hiding their cultivation level so well that no one knew about it. After thinking of such a possibility, Huang Wu also nodded solemnly. If that was the case, then this battle was indeed worth fighting. The other party's real, full strength was in the Raging River Formation. If they deliberately suppressed their cultivation level to make them lower their guard, then it was really terrifying. They had to guard against this. Why aren't you going? The Old Alliance master suddenly shouted angrily. Hearing this, Huang Wu didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately slipped away at an extremely fast speed. The other party had already passed the first peak and was heading towards the main mountain. Thus, they couldn't continue to delay. After seeing Huang Wu leave, the Old Alliance master sighed silently. Who would have thought that the 4-realm alliance that seemed easy to take down would end up like this? At that time, the Myriad Beast realm could be said to be very aggressive. A 6th Order powerhouse was injured in the Raging River and died a few years after returning. Now, the other party only had 3 people, and they were rumored to be 5th Order powerhouses. In the end, they destroyed the entire Mo family and even used Flying Cloud Mountain to suppress the Raging River. How could such a move not be shocking? At least for now, the Old Alliance master still found it hard to believe. He felt that things were too strange. Old friend, your death was too aggrieved. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge. The middle-aged man muttered to himself with some self-mockery. His old friend had already passed away. Even if he killed his enemy, it would only make him feel a little better. However, a friend who was gone in the end. After tens of thousands of years of scheming against each other, now that there was no opponent, it was inevitable that he would feel a little lonely. You are already deeply surrounded. Why do you still want to continue forward? What arrogant young people! What bold young people! The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily. This voice was extremely majestic, directly suppressing many people to the point that they could not breathe. This sentence seemed to be the law of the land. The atmosphere and the flow of spiritual energy within the 9 peaks also underwent some subtle changes. The 3 young people standing on the airship looked at each other and laughed. Sure enough, that old guy broke through at the crucial moment. This person's words sound majestic, but it seems that his chi is lacking. Obviously, when he broke through, whether it is luck or spiritual energy, the absorption is lacking. That's why it's like this. To put it bluntly, his realm and aura are both unstable. Xiaoyang raised his hand and laughed. Princess Mingzhu also laughed. The airship stopped in front of the main mountain and didn't continue forward. Now, they were also very curious whether the realm of this 7th Order powerhouse was made of paper or iron. Chapter 2819. However, regardless of whether the Alliance Master was made of paper or iron, he was still a true Class 7 powerhouse. It would not be easy to defeat him. The fact that the leader of the Gather Fire Union had broken through to the 7th step was something completely unexpected. However, at this point there was no turning back. Since they had to fight, they could only continue to fight. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Sometimes the battle of aura was extremely important. If you showed the slightest mistake or showed weakness, your opponent's condition would change. As a result, they could not afford to make a single mistake. They had to brace themselves and continue. What a powerful aura! As expected of a rank 7 expert, just a single word from him can affect the fortune of the world. What a powerful aura, what a powerful might. Bai Jian had an indifferent appearance as he teased. It was as if the young man did not take the expert with a higher cultivation than him seriously. It was as if as long as he had a sword in his hand, he would be confident. No matter who you are, all you have to do is see if my sword is sharp or not. Princess Mingzhu's expression became much more solemn. They had discussed this long ago, and the situation was different now. Moreover, it was impossible for them to kill this Class 7 powerhouse in the same way as they killed Emojo. Back then, the Class 5 powerhouses from the myriad beast world were all scared out of their wits, which was why they did not act rashly and only watched. However, the situation here was very different. The 9 Peak Lords could be said to be united against a common enemy. They were of the same breadth and branch, so they showed a very solid unity when dealing with them. At the same time, Princess Mingzhu carefully observed the peaks around her. Xiaoyang had said before that they needed to pay attention to the changes in the peaks. Perhaps the Assemble Fire Alliance's trump card was hidden among them. If they could find some clues, the battle would be much easier for them. There was spiritual qi lingering above the 9 peaks, and there was a lot of fortune flowing below as well. There were many signs that indicated that this place was not simple. However, if he wanted to take a closer look or even find out some details, it would be difficult or even impossible. Even Xiaoyang, after sizing it up for a long time and using the information he knew, could not find any clues. The Fire Gathering Union's concealment was really too deep, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. He hasn't arrived yet, and I'm already scared to death. Bai Jian pretended to be terrified and continued to laugh. In any case, speaking was just a matter of moving his lips. It didn't take much effort. Furthermore, his mouth was still on her body. She could say whatever she wanted. If he could accidentally poke at that Supreme Being's sore spot and make him lose his sense of propriety, that would naturally be the best thing. It would be even better if they lost their composure. On the 9 peaks, there were some peak masters with bad tempers. In the face of Bai Jian's provocation, he naturally found it difficult to endure. But thinking that even the Old Alliance master hadn't said anything, how could they say anything? Moreover, in this kind of battle formation, the situation had always been ever-changing. If one could obtain victory, it would be worth it no matter what method was used. There was nothing to deny. If they were really angered by the other party's words, it might not be a good thing. It would only make the other party fall into their trap. Thinking of this, everyone's state of mind became much calmer, and they were no longer as impatient as before. When the Old Alliance master heard these words, he only laughed silently. "You're indeed as arrogant as the rumors say." The Old Alliance master laughed. However, in the eyes of the Old Alliance master, it was just a lowly method of a young man. Did he want to disgust an old monster like him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Wasn't this a little too whimsical? This kind of shameless opening made the Old Alliance master ponder for a while. If he judged the other party's character now, he might end up in the same state as his old friend Emojio. Some people who could speak so arrogantly were fools, but a small number of them were extremely smart. What they did was just setting up a trap, interlocking, letting the prey slowly fall into the trap before pulling in the net. The Old Alliance master had seen this many times, so he naturally didn't find it strange. However, if you want to talk, then I'll let you talk. After all, you can't just cause the 9 peaks of their mountain to crumble with your words. Furthermore, some things needed some time to be carried out. Letting the other party talk more now could be considered as buying some time. If it was 10,000 years ago, with this Old Alliance master's temperament, he naturally wouldn't be able to tolerate it. However, as he grew older and his horizons were broadened, This old alliance master had long had the mentality of an old monk in meditation. Even if you talked until the heavens were broken, it would still be the same. In the end, it would still depend on your fists and legs to determine the outcome. Words, like a sharp sword, would only produce unexpected results in a flourishing age. In a fight between real swords and real sabers, such things seem to be somewhat unpresentable. In fact, it could even be said to be useless. After seeing so much, it was easy to be stubborn. It was fine as long as they could win. As for the process, it didn't matter at all. As long as the outcome was satisfactory, it was enough. Young man, if you know how to talk, then say more. This old man will listen. The old alliance master replied cheerfully. Right now, the old alliance master's attitude was in stark contrast to his previous domineering attitude. For a moment, Bai Jian couldn't help but feel a little speechless. This old guy was really shameless. Right now, Bai Jian really didn't know what to do. How to enrage this old alliance master seemed to have become a big problem. Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily changed slightly. It was clear that he didn't expect this old alliance master's attitude to change so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still extremely domineering and arrogant, but now he was voluntarily admitting defeat. This was quite puzzling. Of course, there wasn't much to ponder over. The fact that the other party had adopted such a stance could only mean one thing. He was looking for something big. This Ming Yen was originally a street thug. It's not strange for him to have such an attitude. Xiao Yang chuckled. This could be said to be a secret. It wasn't something that those few people wouldn't know. From this, it could be seen that even Lin knew about the old alliance master's background. However, he didn't know about the secrets of the One Mountain and 9 Peaks. This was already very telling. The secret of the One Mountain and 9 Peaks was even more mysterious than the old alliance master's background. In fact, it could even be said to be precious. This secret had been hidden for a long time. It was likely that it wouldn't be able to be hidden anymore after today. It would have to be revealed eventually. Chapter 2820. In my opinion, the One Mountain and 9 Peaks are your faces. It's indeed beautiful, Bai Jian said with a smile after having a thought. As soon as he said that, the other peak masters' defenses were broken. They immediately cursed at the young man for not knowing what was good for him. On the other hand, the old alliance master was very happy. Hearing those words, he could not help but think of when he was young. It seemed that back then he would use all kinds of dirty tricks to challenge others. As long as he could take care of his enemy, it would be enough. However, at that time, Ming Yan was only in King Wu's realm. As compared to the 3 young men, there were many differences. As such, when one was in a high position, some of the things one saw would naturally change. Ming Yan also had enough patience. No matter how one provoked him, he would not be angry at all. They had not even met face to face and were only exchanging words, but they were already losing their faces. In that case, there was no need to fight anymore. If one attacked without reason, one would only lose one's sense of propriety and would not be able to unleash one's full strength. One might even end up digging one's own grave. If that was the case, it would be too late for regrets. As for the 9 Peak Masters' attitudes, they were all different. Everyone's personality was different, so when they saw the changes in this matter, they would naturally have different attitudes. On the other hand, Huang Wu, who loved to fight, did not say anything. From his point of view, the war of words was meaningless. The most important thing was to be able to attack freely in the following exchanges. That was the most important thing. Victory and defeat were decided by attacking, not by exchanging words. Bai Jian did not get a response for a long time, so his mouth was not sparing. He continued to say, "That's good too. With such a thick skin, no matter how sharp my sword is, it won't be able to pierce through it. Such a tyrannical body is truly enviable." Bai Jian only cared about provoking, and he was indifferent to other things. Xiao Yang and Princess Mingzhu looked at each other. When their eyes met, they already understood each other's thoughts. At that moment, they also felt that the spiritual power flow between the one mountain and 9 peaks was changing faster and faster. In fact, it even seemed to be natural and complementary to each other. There's indeed something strange in the one mountain and 9 peaks, Princess Mingzhu said in a deep voice. Xiao Yang nodded. At the same time, his gaze seemed to wander around, hoping to find some clues. However, it was not easy to find any clues from this natural flow. Now, even Xiao Yang couldn't help feeling a headache. It would be difficult to resolve this matter. The deeper that stage 7 powerhouse hid himself, the more terrifying he was. Immediately after, Princess Mingzhu stomped her foot, and the airship sank a little for no reason. In the next moment, like an arrow, it directly crashed into the nearest mountain peak. Since he wanted to find some clues, he naturally had to use some means to test it out. This flying ship seemed to be a good choice. Its grade was not too bad, as it was a saint-level magic artifact. Furthermore, Princess Mingzhu could have as many of these things as she wanted. Even if a few of them were destroyed, she wouldn't feel any heartache at all. Bai Jian stood in the air. His mouth did not stop as he continued to mock his opponent. The division of labor between the 3 of them seemed to be very clear. No one interfered with Bai Jian, and they each did their own thing. Xiao Yang watched as the flying ship charged forward. His gaze did not shift in the slightest. He wanted to see how the other party would deal with it. It could be said that the other party's response would also reveal some clues. At the very least, he could judge something from the other party's actions. All of a sudden, the world seemed to have changed color. Even the scene in front of them seemed to be somewhat blurry in a heat wave. However, they didn't feel any heat at all. That was the characteristic of the Yin flame realm. It had extremely powerful flames, but it was also very strange flames. Such an innate ability made people feel that it was very strange. A man in a black robe suddenly walked out from a mountain peak. He shouted angrily, and a flame immediately surged out toward the flying ship. Before the breath arrived, the flying ship had already ignited in flames. It was spontaneously combusting without fire. Xiao Yang and Princess Mingzhu glanced at each other. At the same time, many speculations appeared in their hearts. However, they shook their heads and could not see any clues. When the breath hit the flying ship, it instantly turned into countless fragments that scattered down like snowflakes. Countless fragments were ignited in an instant and turned into ashes in an instant. A saint-level magic treasure was gone, just like that. Fellow cultivator, you have a big mouth. How impressive. How unhygienic must you be able to do that? Bai Jian seemed to say whatever he wanted to say. The black-robed man only sneered. He didn't take such a provocation to heart. Everyone was a powerhouse, but now they were using tricks that only children like to use in a fight. Wasn't that childish? You might be childish, but Kanglin wasn't. It could even be said that Kanglin was now excessively calm. You just have to continue. If you are tired, rest for a while. If you are thirsty, I will give you some water to drink. Kanglin said with a smile. These words made Bai Jian feel a little aggrieved. However, he would not admit defeat in this situation. Who didn't know how to be eloquent? It was just talking. He just had to talk. Could it be that he would be afraid? If you are filial to me, I can consider sparing your little life. Bai Jian smiled. Kanglin shook his head. Could it be that this guy's brain was damaged because his cultivation was too fast? How could he say anything? Thinking of this, Kanglin felt that there was no need to care about anything. And Zhou stood with a smile. At the same time, his heart calmed down a lot. Since everyone could maintain a normal state of mind, it couldn't be better. As long as the previous plan could be slowly revealed, everything would be enough. Of course, it would be best if the 3 juniors were arrogant enough to stay here and not walk out of the range of 1 mountain and 9 peaks. In this way, they would definitely die. Xiao Yang naturally knew this as well. Putting aside the fact that riches came from danger, if they wanted to defeat the collective fire alliance and make the entire Flame world tremble in fear. This was the only path they could choose. Since they could enter the raging river and come out alive, why couldn't they go to one mountain and 9 peaks again? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. Some things were indeed not as simple as they seemed. However, only by doing it could many things be unraveled. Chapter 28-21. Princess Mingzhu's expression turned even uglier when she felt the aura around her and the qi of heaven and earth beginning to change drastically. Even the atmosphere became a little hurried. Previously, they felt that the suppression on them had been lifted, but now it was slowly coming again. This is not the suppression of the Flame world, but the pressure created by the 1 mountain and 9 peaks, Xiaoyang said softly. Princess Mingzhu was stunned for a moment, but she only nodded. Although there was a slight difference, there was no difference. It was all suppression, making it difficult for them to borrow the power of heaven and earth in this world. Back then, they were even more suppressed in the raging river, which was even more unbearable. Now, it seemed that the situation was much better than before. This is their territory after all, Princess Mingzhu said with a smile. In fact, they had considered luring the snake out of its hole. However, the other party was unmoved, so there was no other way. Moreover, the other party had made up their mind to hide in the 1 mountain and 9 peaks. Their momentum could not be broken, so they could only take the risk. Young people were always heroic. Since you were afraid, they would not be afraid. They would even charge over to let the other party know that it was useless to hide here. The price that should be paid would still be paid. It was useless to hide. When the old Alliance Master heard those words, he couldn't help but laugh. However, there was a slight change in the way he looked at Xiaoyang. It was as if Xiaoyang was the backbone of the 3, and he was making all the decisions. If they could defeat this young man first, then the subsequent matters would be much simpler. Thinking of that, Ming Yan had more ideas and plans in his heart. The formation was still being perfected, so Ming Yan was not in a hurry to show himself. It would not be too late to show himself after the formation was completely completed. Although this method did not seem heroic, sometimes one's life was more important. If it was not for the battle at the raging river, Ming Yan would indeed charge out directly, thinking that he could easily suppress his opponent with his advantage in cultivation. However, it seemed that that way of thinking was wrong. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with using the safest method, even if it would leave a lot of criticism. So what? The Mustering Fire Union didn't want to become the second MO family. Be careful. These heat waves are strange. They are similar to the raging river, Xiaoyang said in a low voice. Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian, who had suffered losses before, nodded one after another. At the same time, they also used their divine abilities to resist the invasion of these heat waves. In the end, the Flame realm's innate divine abilities were relatively simple. Therefore, no matter how they changed their methods, they would still remain the same. They were mostly the same. As such, they were quite familiar with how to guard against these heat waves. The 3 of them still did not feel any heat, but their skin had already begun to redden. It was as if they were completely unaware that they were being tormented in a sea of fire. This also made Xiaoyang feel that it was rather strange. This Flame world was indeed very strange. It seemed to be very difficult to find any clues from it. Regarding this, Xiaoyang could only helplessly scratch his head. Princess Mingzhu put on another robe. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the redness on her hands and face began to recede. Bai Jian sighed helplessly. As expected of the realm of the gods, it seemed that this princess's treasures were endless. Do we continue to wait? Princess Mingzhu asked in a low voice. The current situation was very unclear, but there were many signs. If they continued to wait, it would be hard to avoid some problems. As such, they had no choice but to be on guard. Once there was an unforeseen event, many things would become difficult to predict. Right now, the other party's method had yet to be completed. Perhaps there was still some luck that could directly break it. However, the probability of that was very small. Moreover, in the state where the method had yet to be completed, the other party would be very careful. As such, it seemed to be very difficult to find an opportunity. It's already too late. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. From his point of view, this formation was already completely natural. In other words, after they entered the range of 1 mountain and 9 peaks, they were already trapped in the formation. Previously, there was no power leaking out, so they did not notice it. This 1 mountain and 9 peaks is a natural formation arrangement. It has always been there and can be used at any time. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. Bai Jian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, this place was really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It made one feel extremely terrified. However, they had already come to this step and were trapped in a tight encirclement. There was no other way. Moreover, they had already made preparations in their hearts, so it was not strange. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. Even the other two could not see through my 9 peaks origin formation. How did you see through it with a single glance? The middle-aged man in the main mountain could not stand it anymore. He took the initiative to show himself and asked with a smile. Everyone was a discerning person, so there was no need to continue with the riddle. Looking at the first type 7 powerhouse of the Yin Flame world in tens of thousands of years, Xiao Yang revealed a smile on his face. Ming Yen could be considered a unique existence in the Yin Flame world. In terms of strength and realm, there was probably no one in the Yin Flame world who could compare to him. This formation is very exquisite. The person who could set up this formation back then by relying on the right time and right place was even more amazing. It's just that the craftsmanship is too heavy. Even after tens of thousands of years, it could not change. People who are slightly proficient in formations can see through it, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Hearing those words, Ming Yen frowned slightly. If that was the case, he, the old alliance head of the Fire Gathering Alliance, was actually not considered proficient in formations. Princess Mingzhu's expression was also not very good. She really did not see through too many clues. Could it be that she was also not considered proficient in formations? However, according to Xiao Yang's vision, with Princess Mingzhu's current attainments in formations, it was indeed still lacking by a lot. These things, you human cultivators, are originally blessed by heaven. I have to admit this, Ming Yen said with a bitter smile. Back then, after becoming the alliance head, Ming Yen also spent a lot of time studying formations. He even felt that his attainments were already great success. However, looking at it now, it seemed that it was still far from enough. Regarding that, he was not annoyed. At the same time, he had many thoughts in his mind. For example, since this young man had learned so much, then would the things he left behind be able to raise his ability to another level? Thinking like that, Ming Yen really had some expectations. If he could obtain even more benefits, that would be wonderful. Chapter 28-22. This young man had too many dazzling things on him, so he would definitely have many benefits on him. If he could take him down, then these things would naturally belong to him, Ming Yen, in the end. If he could master some things through a comprehensive study, then he could think of even more. Xiao Yang was also carefully sizing up Ming Yen. Starting from his aura and bearing, his calculations could be said to be interlinked, hoping to find some clues. At the very least, he had to deduce some useful information. If he could find some flaws and weaknesses, that would be the best thing. However, to do this was easier said than done. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. However, the restless aura in the air caused a subtle change in his state of mind. He is indeed a little weak. He is undoubtedly a rank 7. Xiao Yang said firmly. Hearing this, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu also heaved a sigh of relief. If Ming Yan and Xian Yu were the same kind of trash, then it would be much easier to deal with them. Within the same realm, there were different levels. Little fellow, you have good eyesight. However, I have already recovered from this. Even if he is a rank 7 expert, he is still a genuine rank 7 expert, 2 realms higher than you all. Ming Yan said with a smile. When the 9 peak masters heard this, they were all shocked in their hearts. In the past, they thought that these 3 people from the outside world should be at least rank 6. However, with the Alliance Master's confirmation, they no longer had any doubts. Rank 5 realm, killing people of the same realm as if they were dogs, and even broke the Furious River formation. This talent and ability was indeed shocking. At the same time, everyone realized that the enemies they were facing now were extremely difficult to deal with. Their strength was terrifying, and it was extremely difficult to defeat them. This would also be an extremely difficult battle. Fortunately, the old Alliance Master had broken through in time. If they only relied on the abilities of the 9 of them to fight, it might really be a disaster. At least for now, they did not have to worry too much. With the old Alliance Master holding the fort, they did not have to be afraid of anything. You're right. You're worthy of respect. On top of that, you're on this mountain with 9 peaks. It's as if you have your own domain, and you can't be looked down upon by ordinary 7th-tier cultivators. As Xiaoyang spoke, the smile on his face became much more bitter. Even if the other party was the weakest among those at the same cultivation level, he had the advantage of time and place. This in itself was an incredible thing. When Ming Yan heard these words, he did not feel satisfied. Instead, his expression became much more solemn. This young man's words were all on point. How sharp was his insight? Most likely, this person's ability wasn't weak either. To be able to see through his background, how could he not be able to come up with a countermeasure? Thinking about this, Ming Yan was very clear that even though he had the upper hand, it would be very difficult to win this war. Perhaps even a single mistake would cause him to suffer a lot. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are indeed very powerful. No wonder you were able to break through the raging river formation. However, it was time to end things here. Miracles can't happen again and again. As Ming Yan spoke, his voice became much deeper. Xiaoyang laughed. Seeing the other party's attitude, he already understood that he had hit the nail on the head. That was why the other party was so serious. Regarding this, Xiaoyang did not mind revealing some of his background. He wanted to use these situations to pressure the other party. He wanted to make him think more and feel more pressured. Once the pressure was too great, the other party's judgment would be slower. It might even be distorted. Ming Yan clenched his fist tightly. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed. Ming Yan's killing intent was also greatly aroused. He felt that this young man in front of him would definitely die. It was not to say that he wanted to take revenge for his old friend. However, if he did not die, even if the Gathering Fire Alliance could escape this time, they would most likely suffer another calamity in the future. Therefore, it was best to nip the danger in the bud. There was still time. Looks like you're anxious. Xiaoyang laughed. Ming Yan still had a smile on his face. However, he did not hide his killing intent at all. He was like a smiling tiger. I can't help but be anxious. After Ming Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, it was as if the 1 mountain and 9 peaks had received an order. 10 rays of light soared into the sky and intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of light intertwined with each other and formed an inescapable net. No matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape even if you have wings. On the net, there was a strange flame. Even if some spiritual energy floated past, it would be burned to ashes. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's heart could not help but sink. The power of heaven and earth has been completely isolated. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to use the mountain river map. Xiaoyang told the 2 of them telepathically. As soon as he said that, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's faces changed drastically. If this was the case, they would not be able to use the mountain river map. Even if the Emperor God was ready, he would not be able to come to their rescue. In other words, in this 9 peaks origin array, They would have to rely on their own abilities to solve everything. Got it. Princess Mingzhu held the sword in her hand and said coldly, since there was no turning back and they could not hope for the arrival of reinforcements, there seemed to be only one choice. That was to rely on their own abilities to fight their way out. Either they would die or Xiaoyang and the other two would die. Bai Jian also smiled helplessly, but his eyes were very bright. So what if he was unwilling and helpless? His heart of the sword was well lit. Once he held the sword, all the messy thoughts would automatically disappear and no longer exist. Xiaoyang opened his hand, and the thunder fire divine sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura was not concealed at all, and it was released abruptly. At the same time, his will was at its peak. The situation was very bad, and they had no way out. Hence, the only thing they could do was to fight with all their might. Seeing that the aura of the three of them had gathered, Ming Yan smiled. It seemed that the other party was anxious. This was good. If they had always been so carefree, then people would have to think more about what was going on. Everything that was happening now was within reason. In the next moment, Xiaoyang took the initiative to attack. He held his sword and charged towards Ming Yan. Previously, he was only guessing the strength of his opponent. However, once he attacked, as long as his opponent was not too much stronger, he would not be able to hide and would definitely be exposed. As for the magical effects of the 9 Peaks origin array, he still did not know. Chapter 28-23. When Ming Yan saw that the other party had taken the initiative to attack, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. And Zhou, who was the furthest away, stood on the peak. When he saw this scene, the smile on his face widened. Originally, they were so anxious, but now they were terrified. They racked their brains to create this situation so that they could kill these 3 incomparably powerful outsiders. However, with the Alliance Master's breakthrough, their preparations seemed to be overkill. However, this wasn't bad. As long as they could kill them, why bother with other things? Although things weren't as simple as they seemed, and in Zhou's view, the overall situation was already set. This 9 Peaks origin formation wasn't controlled by the 10 of them. It was just that these magical effects were used by them. As mentioned before, the 9 Peaks origin formation was naturally formed and didn't need too much manpower to support it. In the past, because no one could fight their way to the boundary of 1 mountain and 9 peaks, the formation had never been used. However, this didn't mean that it didn't exist. Take the Falling Flame Mountain, for example. It looked ordinary, but how many mysteries were contained within it? The several major forces of the In-Flame world had intertwined with each other and had been entrenched for tens of thousands of years. They all had their own reliance. If they didn't have any trump cards, they would be rootless duckweeds and wouldn't last long. Back then, the In-Flame world was divided into 4 parts. Why was it divided into 3 parts later? It was because the other force was only strong on the surface without any basis. After the Myriad Beast realm attacked, it was directly destroyed and no longer existed. And Zhou also shook his head, helplessly. The Mo family had the Raging River, but the final result was also lamentable. However, these didn't seem to be that important anymore. After the Alliance Master broke through and killed these 3 outsiders, their fire-gathering alliance would have a chance to unify the In-Flame world. In this way, the bright future ahead of him was imaginable. Xiaoyang was like a madman, frantically attacking Ming Yan, but it wasn't of much use. Ming Yan stood there with a smile. With a flick of his finger, he could move the power of heaven and earth, and with a raise of his hand, he could force Xiaoyang to retreat. Everything seemed calm and unhurried, as if everything was proceeding according to his own calculations. On the other hand, Xiaoyang and the others were suppressed by the world, so the strength they could display was extremely limited. Princess Mingzhu's gaze also landed on Ming Yan. This rank 7 powerhouse could be said to be their stumbling block. As long as she could kill Ming Yan, the remaining peak masters of the 9 peaks, although powerful in her eyes, were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. There was no need to fear them. "Little girl, your opponent is me." Kanglin flashed and blocked in front of Princess Mingzhu. The three of them wanted to deal with the Old Alliance Master reasonably. Although the Old Alliance Master could handle it, it was inevitable that there would be some disturbances. Therefore, if he could defeat them one by one, that would be the best choice. "You will die," Princess Mingzhu said coldly. Kanglin laughed because he thought these words were very funny. Even if he didn't block their way, they would let him go. From the moment the three of them stepped into the flowing cloud world, or rather, after today's 1 mountain and 9 peaks, they were already in a state of life and death. There was only one side that could continue to live. "Then let me try. You are invincible in the same realm. Let's see whose method is more brilliant when you meet my peak's fate," Kanglin said with a smile. In the past, he had only heard about it. As for the specific situation, it could be said that he knew nothing. However, it didn't matter. As long as they fought now, many things would naturally come to light. Without a real fight, it would be impossible to know how powerful the opponent was. Therefore, he would fight with his fists now. Kanglin's every move affected the fate of his peak. Under the support of countless powers, he couldn't be considered an ordinary rank 5 powerhouse. Princess Mingzhu didn't have any thoughts about it because, in her opinion, no matter how much support he had, he was only a rank 5 powerhouse. "I am invincible in the same realm. You can do whatever you want." The sword was unsheathed, and immediately countless golden sword chi sprinkled down like raindrops, revealing a domineering aura. Kanglin looked up at the rain of golden swords and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the formation was corroding the sword chi, but the speed was extremely slow. When it landed in front of him, it was negligible. What a domineering woman! What a domineering sword chi! Kanglin couldn't help but sigh. This woman was indeed a person blessed by the heavens. Such a domineering sword chi wasn't something that an ordinary rank 5 powerhouse could slash out. Kanglin could determine that the three of them were indeed the strongest in the same realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the 3 strongest in the same realm. "Do you really think of me as a pig and a dog that you can slaughter however you want?" Kanglin snorted coldly and raised his hands. Suddenly, countless power surged up and went towards the sword rain. At the same time, the power of the formation was triggered and went towards the sword rain. Princess Mingzhu seemed to turn a blind eye to it. "No matter how you deal with it, it won't hinder my next move." Bai Jian gently held the sword hilt. He also glanced at Ming Yen, but he knew very well in his heart that he couldn't charge over. Everyone was not a fool, so he was very curious about who would receive his sword. However, that person must have rough skin and thick flesh. Otherwise, it would be impossible to show how sharp his sword was. "Why, are you looking down on me? No one will entertain me?" Bai Jian frowned slightly and said with a smile. Huang Wu took the lead and stood out, saying, "Let me see how powerful the person who slashed out a shocking sword above the raging river back then is." Since everyone was in the same realm, even if there was a gap, it shouldn't be too big. Therefore, no matter what, after exchanging blows, they would know how powerful the other party was. Bai Jian glanced at Huang Wu and quickly remembered in his heart. Huang Wu and Kanglin were the strongest existences among the 9 great peak masters. Furthermore, the mountain peaks that they were guarding were like doors to the left and right. These 2 people were also the most difficult existences to deal with. Bai Jian nodded and said, "Then give it a try." Huang Wu laughed loudly. Immediately, the aura around his body seemed to be unable to be contained. Countless heat waves were like evil spirits, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The momentum was monstrous, and the power was boundless. But Bai Jian did not go and look. The treasure sword in his hand was drawn. There was no brilliance, just some cold light that flashed and disappeared. Chapter 28-24. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Di and Qing Jiao also took action one after another to support Kanglin and Huang Wu, respectively. In a one-on-one battle, they were really suppressed, and the situation quickly changed. As expected of an existence who can slash out a shocking sword, and Zhou seemed to be muttering to himself as he smiled bitterly. Previously, Bai Jian only pulled out his sword, and a cold light directly opened a wound on Huang Wu's abdomen. It could be seen how sharp the sword was. Therefore, when everyone saw that the situation wasn't right, they immediately took action to support, not daring to slack off in the slightest. If Huang Wu and Kanglin were defeated one after another, then their 9 peaks origin returning formation would have a flaw. It might even be broken. That was not certain. Once the other party wasn't suppressed, the strength he displayed would probably be even stronger than now. How could they not be on guard against this and not think too much about it? As expected of an existence who can break through the raging river, the ability he displayed now is more like it. And Zhou muttered. However, he still felt that something was wrong. If that was the case, it was still far from enough to break through the raging river. Although this was only the beginning and no one would directly take out their full strength, the situation in front of them more or less made them feel that something was wrong. Therefore, and Zhou was also thinking about what was going on. However, it wasn't easy to find out the result from it. And Zhou wasn't in a hurry. He just watched. If even he took action against the 9 peak masters, then the situation was very critical. In addition, the peak and Zhou was in charge of was at the back. So if he went to the front to fight, he probably wouldn't be able to go all out. It wasn't that everyone couldn't leave the peak they were on, but if they were too far away, then the fate that was affected would be slower. That bit of delay seemed insignificant, but in a battle at their level, even a little bit might be grasped by the opponent and become their fatal flaw. Ho Ji and the other peak masters were also very worried at the same time. They looked at the anxious battlefield and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. However, they were also optimistic that the alliance master, Ming Yan, was now suppressing Xiaoyang single-handedly. No matter how strong Xiaoyang was, he was still unable to get close to Yi Shiwen. Furthermore, the attacks that he had launched were completely useless. It could be said that among the 3 of them, only Xiaoyang was the weakest and the least distinctive. Of course, this was only a comparison. If any of the 9 peak masters were to be singled out, it would be difficult for them to withstand the attack of the black-robed young man. It wasn't that Xiaoyang was too weak, but that Ming Yan was too powerful under all kinds of support. After a few exchanges, Xiaoyang's aura seemed to be a little chaotic. He stared at his opponent and complained incessantly in his heart. He had also tested the waters a few times, or even brought out some of his true abilities to fight, but the results he obtained in the end were not so good. There were even a few scars on his body, all of which were caused by Ming Yan. They were only able to kill Xianya because the 3 of them had teamed up, and they had the advantage of being in the Caesar paradise. But now, it was Xiaoyang who was facing a Tier 7 powerhouse alone. How could he do anything with such a contrast? You're indeed not bad. Even so, you can still launch attacks on me methodically. In this world, there doesn't seem to be anyone who can compare to you. Even the me at that time couldn't compare to you either, Ming Yan said sincerely. Xiaoyang did not speak, but the calculations in his heart had never stopped for a moment. Plans could never keep up with changes. Now, Xiaoyang could be considered to have deeply experienced the true meaning in this sentence. Now, facing Ming Yan alone, it was really very strenuous, and he might not even be a match. Xiaoyang had also thought of using the MO, Jade Lotus, to break this deadlock. But this idea was rejected very quickly. Once this thing was taken out, it would probably be destroyed by Ming Yan. Moreover, with the current situation, wanting to give the medicinal pill to Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu, that was also something impossible. As for using poison power, it would probably have a very limited effect on this Yin Flame World's cultivator. With all these factors, Xiaoyang could be said to have racked his brains but could not think of a good idea. Why, under such circumstances, you're still thinking of how to turn the tables? Ming Yen sneered and said, "If the other party really had such thoughts, then it was really indulging in fantasy. Being in an inescapable net, wanting to escape was already very difficult. Still wanting to win, that was simply wishful thinking. As for a life and death struggle, it was impossible. This net was strong enough. No matter how you struggled, it was hard to escape." Xiao Yang still did not say anything. Because of too many calculations, it made it very difficult for him to be distracted. Ming Yen was like a deity hanging there like an insurmountable mountain, cutting off these three people's thoughts. The desperate situation seemed to have already arrived in a moment, and it was them who walked in with their own heads. This was a freak combination of factors. If they could have arrived here a day earlier, the situation would most likely be different. Or perhaps they would have come to disturb when there was a natural phenomenon. Who knows? There might have been an accident when Ming Yen broke through the realm. But they did not do so. This was really thought-provoking. What was going on? Ming Yen was also not willing to think too much about this. Since the other party was willing to come pretentiously, it could not be better. Who would be willing to pay a higher price to be able to win the battle easily? Now, Xiao Yang was indeed in a very difficult situation. It could even be said that he was racking his brains, but he really could not come up with a suitable plan at the moment. Could it be that it had become an extravagant hope to break out of this situation with his own strength? Xiao Yang thought so and was also calculating in his heart. Because the suppression of this world was too strong, many methods cannot be used. On this point, Xiao Yang also needed to think more about it. Although the other party had absolute strength and advantage to suppress, it was not without flaws. But given the current situation, it wouldn't be easy to find and capture them. Seems like I was too abrupt. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, his expression changed, and said with a bitter smile. Ming Yan's smile suddenly froze because he felt that this sentence could be said without any reason and without any warning. "Why? Are you in despair now and don't want to continue struggling?" Ming Yan was not in the mood to tease. Instead, his expression became much more serious. The current Xiao Yang was somewhat different from the previous one. Ming Yan did not dare to be careless. If this was just the other party's method or scheming, it would be very scary. Chapter 28-25. This battle could only be considered as the beginning. However, Xiao Yang had actually said such words. Ming Yan could not help but suspect that this young man had some ulterior motives. "I still have to put up a show of struggling." Xiao Yang smiled and shrugged. Xiao Yang gripped the divine sword tightly. At the same time, he took a deep breath. A large amount of power surged out from his body and entered the sword. It formed several streaks of sword chi that swam around his body and destroyed the heat waves that were waiting for an opportunity. The scorching aura and the yin flames that he could not feel were tit for tat. After sensing that the other party's aura was rising rapidly, Ming Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, this young man did not seem to be planning to use any sinister methods. However, he still had to be on guard. Since the other party could break the furious river formation and see the foundation of the convergence of 9 peaks at a glance, it could be seen that his attainments in formations were not bad. If he was careless, it could be said that he would leave behind trouble for himself in the future. At the same time, Ming Yan was very curious about what kind of method this young man would use to break this formation. All these made him look forward to it very much. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and understood a lot more in his heart. Sometimes it was a mixture of truth and falsehood that confused the other party and made them guess. Trying to cover up would only make it more conspicuous. In fact, Xiao Yang was also very clear that it was impossible to kill Ming Yan with his own strength. Therefore, what he could do was to do his best to stall him and see if Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu could break some rules and create different conditions. All of these were extremely risky, or rather, the possibility was not high. However, Xiao Yang still did not have enough understanding of this formation, so he could only continue to endure. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be afraid and did not dare to push them too far. They could only do it step by step. After all, if they really pushed them too far and chose to fight to the death, a few of the peak masters here would be unlucky. Obviously, these people from the Focus Fire Alliance didn't want to see this kind of situation, so they wanted to slowly wear them down until they completely lost their confidence. Xiaoyang was also happy to see this happen. As long as he could understand more details, there would still be a chance to break this array formation. As for how to break it, that was still a problem. As long as he could break the formation, he would be like a bird flying in the sky. The other party would definitely be more wary of him. At that time, they would be able to seek riches and honor amidst chaos. Xiaoyang swung the divine sword, and countless auras expanded rapidly. It seemed that he could no longer remain calm and was ready to take out his trump card and fight to see if he could achieve a different effect. Ming Yan's expression also recovered slightly because he felt that this was the real situation. Based on the progression of the battle and the changes in a person's temperament, it was possible to roughly guess what kind of actions they would take next. However, it was hard to say whether things would go as expected. Accidents could happen at any time, and a person's thoughts could change in an instant. And Zhou, who was standing at the back, watched the battle without blinking. At the same time, he was pondering. If he hadn't seen the invincible existence of the same realm, he would never have been able to imagine what kind of scene it would be. It was hard to believe, even if he said it out loud. Who would have thought that there would really be a 5th-level cultivator who could fight against a 7th-level almighty? And Zhou muttered to himself with a helpless expression. They were of the same realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If it had been in the past, and Zhou wouldn't have believed it. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Previously, and Zhou had thought that Xing Tian of the Wan Beast realm and Mo Sao of the Mo family were of the same realm. The difference in strength between the two of them was already shocking. However, now it seemed that he had seen too little. Even Xing Tian would have found it difficult to exchange more than a few moves with the current Alliance Master. Moreover, it was in such a situation. The other peak masters who didn't join the battle felt that it was strange. They could be said to be completely suppressed now. Why was the Alliance Master still cutting flesh with a blunt knife? Why wasn't he making the final decision and directly deciding the outcome of the battle? They didn't dare to question him. They could only watch anxiously and maintain the power of their own peaks. They didn't dare to make any mistakes. There was even a peak master who felt that the 3 people who broke through the enraged river formation were just SOO. They lived up to their name. People's hearts were different, and their opinions and guesses were naturally different. Xiaoyang's state of mind was very calm. He had even predicted his next move. This time he could roughly figure out what would happen after he made his move. However, he still had to do it, even though he knew the outcome. It might sound a little stubborn, but he had to do it. The crux and core of this formation was definitely the Alliance Master, Ming Yan. However, if they wanted to open up the situation from him, it was like a fool's dream. It was impossible to accomplish. Therefore, he could only find another way and start from other places. Therefore, he needed to create a bigger commotion and make the formation operate more forcefully. Only then would he be able to find out what was going on. In this strange environment, the scorching aura also became very restless. The 2 types of flames had completely different auras. It was as if neither of them was willing to give an inch, opposing each other. Slight exploding sounds rose and fell one after another. The flames on the divine sword burned more and more fiercely. It was visible to the naked eye, and it was breathtaking. Lightning, prison, true fire, kill. Xiaoyang let out a low roar. Immediately, with the help of the divine sword in his hand, an endless amount of power surged out and charged towards the calm, middle-aged man. It was so powerful that it was unstoppable. This could be considered as a trump card. Its destructive power was even greater. Ming Yan smiled. He could feel the power of this sword. It was indeed not bad. Even a rank 6 expert wouldn't dare to face this sword head-on, Ming Yan said with a smile. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because bolts of lightning had appeared around him. It was like a prison that was trying to imprison him. Ming Yan was happy because this made sense. The other party was really panicking. That was why he was using his true strength to fight. Only by doing so could he find out more things. This would allow him to have confidence in his heart. Then I'll shatter your abacus, Ming Yan said. Suddenly, his smile became strange. In God's fury. Chapter 28-26. And Zhou, who was standing in the distance, was even more shocked when he saw the situation. He used the wrath of the Yin god right away. The Alliance Master really thinks highly of this young man, and Zhou said as the corners of his mouth twitched. The wrath of the Yin god might be an easy move for the Alliance Master, but it could also be considered one of the ultimate moves of the collective Fire Alliance. Only after reaching the rank 5 realm could one fully comprehend and use it. Even until now, and Zhou's understanding of this move was still lacking a little. However, when he saw the old Alliance Master use this move, some of the doubts in his heart were being nibbled away and began to dissipate. Many of the areas that he was confused about seemed to be coming together, and Zhou smiled. He could still secretly learn something from this battle and let the previous problems disappear with this battle. It seemed like a good thing. Since he could seek more, who would be willing to miss such a great opportunity? This also allowed the other peak masters to understand that the old Alliance Master was a rank 7 Almighty and even had the upper hand. It was indeed thought-provoking for him to be so serious when dealing with a junior. It was probably not that the old Alliance Master was too weak, but that the young man was too strong and had no choice but to be so. If the old Alliance Master was truly weak, then the peak masters of the 9 peaks would be nothing at all. Many things were interlinked and complemented each other. At the same time, many people were also very curious about whether this outsider could withstand this attack. Some peak lords were very decisive. They felt that this battle was going to end anticlimactically. After this attack, everything would end. Now, the one who felt the greatest pressure was Xiaoyang. That incomparably vast attack that even carried the power of heaven and earth made his heart tremble involuntarily. However, Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He continued to charge forward as if he would not stop until he achieved his goal. Since he had already come this far, he naturally would not give up easily and avoid this attack. Sometimes, probing would inevitably have a price to pay. In Xiaoyang's opinion, this was not important. As long as he could get the information he wanted, it was enough. Now, Xiaoyang was not fully focused on dealing with it. Instead, he diverted a lot of his attention to observe the energy circulation of the other peaks, hoping to find some clues. Everything seemed to be operating in a logical order, without the slightest bit of abruptness. Yin God's Wrath's attack was like an incomparably huge cloud. It was also like an ancient ferocious beast that carried endless anger as it rampaged around. Xiaoyang appeared incomparably small in front of this attack. Ming Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man curiously. How would you deal with this? As for the lightning that was closing in, the middle-aged man only let out a groan. It was as if the might of the heavens and earth had appeared. Endless power spread out, and under this impact the countless bolts of lightning were broken and gradually devoured. All of this seemed to be done naturally and effortlessly. Although the lightning had not been completely destroyed, it was already difficult for it to do anything. Xiaoyang's sword pierced into the huge beast. Instantly, countless flaming sword qi spread out and began to pierce through this group of attacks. At the same time, an endless amount of energy pressed down, as if it wanted to crush this arrogant young man into dust. The exchange between the two sides was very fierce. Countless flaming sword qi spread out and went in different directions. In the next moment, countless yin flames were like maggots that attached themselves to the bones, directly devouring all the sword qi. Xiaoyang was still moving forward, but his speed had become much slower. Countless attacks were also crazily hitting his body. The young man seemed to be unafraid of death and only cared about moving forward. But in the next moment, Xiaoyang could no longer hold on. He was pushed back by the power and could not control himself. Xiaoyang fell to the ground like a comet, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise in all directions. Seeing the young man fall, the heavy burden in the hearts of many peak masters was finally lifted. Everything did not seem to be as difficult as they had expected, based on the current situation, was as such. No matter how strong this outsider was, how could he be a match for the alliance leader who had the support of 1 mountain and 9 peaks and was a rank 7 realm? In the end, you are only a rank 5 realm, and I have the support of this world. You can't do anything against the heavens. Ming Yan smiled satisfyingly. The situation was not much different from what he had expected. Then this young man would probably bring out his true trump card next. Otherwise, with just this bit of ability, he would not be able to break the Furious River formation. Ming Yan was also very curious. What kind of ingenious method was used to break the Furious River formation? Xiaoyang staggered as he stood up from the deep pit. He looked at Ming Yan, who was sitting high up in the air, and smiled helplessly. The difference in strength was too huge. If not for his body refinement realm being high enough, it would be very difficult for him to even stand up after receiving this blow. Now, even if he stood up, Xiaoyang was still not in a good state. Although that breath was strong, it still broke a few bones in Xiaoyang's body. The impact on his internal organs was not small. Fortunately, his foundation was not bad and he could continue to hold on. Hence, he looked like he was barely fine. Interesting. It doesn't look like a serious injury. Then, how strong is your physique? Ming Yan asked with a smile. Xiaoyang flew up to the sky and faced him again. He said, "Continue fighting and you will know." Ming Yan was only slightly stunned. At the same time, he was very surprised. This young man was indeed not simple. Although his sword skills were the weakest among the 3, his physique and toughness were probably the strongest among the 3 of them. Looks like you are still not convinced. Ming Yan smiled. As for the other 2 battlefields, Ming Yan was not concerned. He only needed to delay Xiaoyang. After all, this person was the backbone. Once he met up with the other 2, who knew what kind of changes would happen. Could it be that the 3 of them complemented each other and each had different characteristics? When mixed together, there would be an unexpected effect. Ming Yan thought so, and could not help but raise his eyebrows. This was extremely possible, because with the abilities that the 3 of them displayed, if they each did things on their own, it would indeed be difficult to break the Furious River formation. But the 3 of them had a cooperative martial technique. That was hard to say, and Zhou was very surprised. He did not think that the young man could still stand up like this, and his aura did not seem to weaken because of this. Instead, it became stronger. Chapter 28-27. And Zhou was even more frightened when he saw this. Of course, he was even more puzzled in his heart. The other party was clearly only at the rank 5 realm, but the strength that erupted from the other party was not the same as it seemed. Furthermore, the ability that he had displayed had surpassed the great majority of the people present. Thinking of this, and Zhou could not help but think highly of these people from the outside world. Although they had heard many rumors before and knew that the Mo family's forces were turned into ashes by the 3 of them, they still felt somewhat empty in their hearts. They only knew the result, but they were not very clear about some of the specific battle situations. Therefore, they still had no idea how the Mo family's forces were defeated. They weren't very clear. However, now that they had seen it with their own eyes, and Zhou could not help but think more about it. Indeed, they had made these preparations not because the 9 peaks of the Fire Union were full of good-for-nothings, but because the opponent was indeed very strong. Xiaoyang had suffered a blow, but he was able to stand up as if he was not injured at all. If this were to be spread out, people would probably feel that it was somewhat shocking or even incomprehensible. At the same time, and Zhou's gaze also looked towards the other battlefields. At the same time, he was also somewhat shocked and astonished. For the three of them to be able to travel together, they were all tough people. None of them were weak. The woman in white held the golden sword and hovered in the air, so much so that Songlan and Xiao Di could not do anything to her. However, the two of them were old foxes among the fifth rank and had experienced many great battles. Their realms and strengths were not even close to being made of paper. In addition, with the support of the formation, they could faintly contend against a sixth-rank powerhouse. However, at the moment, they could not do anything to the woman. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Now, the sword in Princess Mingju's hand was completely covered in a layer of golden light. At this moment, she had indeed ignited all of her fighting spirit. Moreover, it was unprecedentedly firm. Princess Mingju also knew that this world had been completely suppressed by the opponent's formation. The power of the world had been cut off, making it impossible for Xiaoyang to use the stately painting. This also meant that it was impossible for him to get the support of the Divine Emperor and the others. Therefore, she had no other choice. She could only pave out a bloody path for herself to survive. Of course, if he could break this formation and then fight to the death with his opponent, it wouldn't be a bad choice. However, there were not many things that could be taken for granted in this battle formation. The situation would not be as smooth as they expected, so she could only choose to fight with all her might. Although it was completely out of their expectations that the Union leader would break through to the seventh step at this critical juncture, since they were already here, there was naturally no reason for them to be timid. Furthermore, the complete isolation of heaven and earth was even more unexpected. This time they were more or less a little careless, but things had already come to this point. It was meaningless to blame or say anything else. Even if you say these things or blame someone, this matter will still be difficult to deal with, and you will still walk away. However, if they fought with all their might, they might be able to fight for a chance of survival. Of course, this was only what ordinary people thought. Princess Mingju thought even more. Not only did they want to leave safely, but they also wanted to make the Fire-Gathering Alliance pay a corresponding price. These were their thoughts. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Who knows, it might just happen. Sometimes, only by having the courage to try could one obtain a satisfactory result. The reason why Princess Mingju was so powerful and didn't fall into a disadvantage when facing the joint forces of Kanglin and Xiao Di, as well as the support of the formation, was because of the magical effects of the mysterious yellow jade. That was why she had such an imposing manner and even had a slight suppression. During this period of time, Princess Mingju's comprehension of the mysterious yellow jade could be said to have reached a higher level, which was why she was so indifferent now. There were many magical effects in the mysterious yellow jade. It didn't seem to be any overly powerful methods, but it was powerful enough to make a person gradually stronger under a subtle influence. Even the sword in Princess Mingju's hand was suffused with golden light, and a few inscriptions could be vaguely seen circulating on it. It was incomparably mysterious. Kanglin and Xiao Di's faces were very gloomy. They originally thought that with the support of the formation, after becoming stronger, killing this woman would be very troublesome, but they still had a chance. However, they didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Now, they were even more uncertain in their hearts. It seemed that if they continued fighting like this, they would have no hope. This woman is not simple. Xiao Di's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice. Kanglin just smiled and didn't say anything. If these three people were simple or weak, how could they come to this place? Moreover, why did they have to be so cautious? Wasn't what he was saying nonsense? These three people couldn't be judged by common sense. According to the division of the Flame world, these three people all had the strength of the sixth rank. Realm and strength were not on the same level at all. Just drag it out slowly. We have the support of the formation. As long as 1 mountain and 9 peaks don't dry up, our strength will not be cut off. Kanglin snorted coldly and said, Now, Kanglin was still relatively calm, and he knew that the only way out was to continue dragging it out. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to want to take down this woman head-on. It wasn't that there was no way, but they would lose a lot of money. It was even to the extent that one of the two of them might even perish here. If they forced the other party into a corner, they might make some mistakes. Your way of thinking is really good. Princess Mingzhu smiled and said. However, Kanglin and Qiu Di couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. This woman's words were really thought-provoking. Showing weakness to the enemy? There was a reason for that. Princess Mingzhu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, she put on a very relaxed expression. Kanglin and Qiu Di looked at each other. They were also pondering this matter in their hearts. It was impossible for this woman to say such words without a reason. Since she said it, was she hiding something? Bluffing? Qiu Di frowned and asked with uncertainty. Princess Mingzhu smiled and shook her head. This way, the two of them were even more confused. Kanglin took a deep breath and at the same time raised his consciousness to the highest level. Suddenly, Kanglin's expression was greatly shocked. Since you don't dare to take out a big hand to force me, I can only force you, Princess Mingzhu said with a smile. Immediately, she let out a low roar and golden light shone brightly. Chapter 28:28. Kanglin and Qiu Di's eyelids twitched when they saw the golden light being released from Princess Mingzhu's body. A sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. However, they couldn't tell what was wrong at the moment. They just felt a little guilty. Princess Mingzhu suddenly formed a hand seal with one hand. Immediately, the golden light that was emitted seemed to be substantial and was even a little dazzling. However, the power contained in each wisp of golden light was so weak that it could be ignored. It was also because of this that it was a little strange. Previously, the power that this woman had displayed was so domineering, but now she no longer had that aura. It was very strange. There must be a reason for this abnormality. They didn't believe that this woman would let it go. The change in her style indicated that she was probably planning something next. It could be said that such a change was very obvious. Who wouldn't notice something strange? However, he really couldn't tell what was wrong with it. I can't see anything strange. Could it be a psychological battle? Qiu Di said hesitantly. This was because even he couldn't convince himself of this. Kanglin shook his head. In such a big battle, this woman probably disdained to use such a method. Therefore, there must be something strange about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a headache. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to find the reason. Princess Mingzhu smiled without saying anything. She allowed the golden light to continue emitting, even though it didn't have any power to speak of. Suddenly, Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He also sensed some different changes. Oh no, this woman is simply audacious. She wants to break through, Kanglin said anxiously. As soon as he said that, Qiu Di also came to a realization. He could now clearly sense that the seemingly harmless golden light was devouring the providence of the 9 peaks of the mountain. This woman was indeed audacious. It could even be said that she treated them as nothing. This was their territory and they were still in the middle of a battle. She actually dared to snatch the providence that belonged to them to break through. Such a method could not only be described as audacious. It's indeed powerful, but as long as we gather the providence, how are you going to borrow it? Qiu Di snorted coldly and immediately formed a hand seal with both hands. At that instant, the fortune of his mountain was completely restrained. It's fine if you steal or borrow luck, but isn't it a little too much to snatch it so brazenly? Moreover, this was a little too arrogant. If they still didn't do anything, it would be inexcusable. When the peak lords of the 9 peaks saw what was happening, they didn't hesitate to rein in the chi flow so that the woman couldn't consume it. Now, they were still very clear about the severity of the situation. If they let him have his way, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was already so difficult to deal with at the 5th stage. If she was allowed to step into the 6th stage, How terrifying would her strength be? After Kanglin took control of his destiny, he didn't dare to hesitate. He let out a low roar and threw a punch. Immediately, a ball of flame rushed toward her like a ferocious beast. When breaking through to the next realm, there would only be a little bit of trouble. If it was light, it would be interrupted and leave behind hidden dangers. If it was serious, it would lead to chi deviation or even sudden death. In Kanglin's opinion, this woman was indeed very bold. However, it was also because of her actions that she had given him an opportunity. Once he succeeded, the iron triangle would naturally collapse without him having to do anything. At that time, it would be much easier to deal with the other two together. As the main person in charge of this array, Ming Yan naturally observed the situation clearly. He took a glance and only frowned slightly. The sudden disturbance had caused the alliance leader to be slightly moved, but now he had calmed down. Now that the chi flow of the 9 peaks had been completely retracted, this woman couldn't use the chi flow. It was even more impossible for her to absorb the spiritual energy here. So, how was she going to break through? Without anything to rely on, it was meaningless to do such a thing. Youngsters these days are really crazy. They do everything as they please and never consider the situation. Ming Yan said as he laughed bitterly and helplessly. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people breaking through to the next realm before, but it was the first time they saw someone like this woman. In a situation where she didn't have anything to rely on, she was so daring. If that wasn't seeking death, what was it? Thinking of this, Ming Yan laughed even more. If it was a proper fight, he really didn't have much confidence in his heart. He even felt that a few peak masters would be dragged down to die with him. However, that woman's actions had completely messed up the situation. Thus, the situation had changed. Xiao Yang glanced at Princess Mingzhu, and his heart froze. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely worried. It could be said that Princess Mingzhu breaking through to the next realm at this point in time seemed to be able to help them get out of this dangerous situation. However, in reality, with Princess Mingzhu's situation, she had yet to reach perfection. Forcefully breaking through to the next realm could only be described as barely. This was also unexpected and could be said to be unreasonable. However, Princess Mingzhu wasn't doing it on a whim. Since she did this, she must have her reasons. This girl is indeed not bad. If she cultivates step by step, I really might not be able to take her down when she reaches rank 6. However, she is barely doing it now. Even if she succeeds, I'm afraid she will only be a weakling of rank 3. There's nothing to worry about. As Ming Yan spoke, the smile on his face became wider. These 3 little fellows were probably the strongest existences in their respective realms. Therefore, they were stronger than others in every realm. This extra part, when added together, was the capital for them to challenge those of a higher realm. However, because of urgency, one of them wasn't able to reach perfection in every realm. Instead, she used the things that she had saved in the past as a stepping stone. In the future, there wouldn't be anything special. Ming Yan only looked relaxed. However, he already had his own plans in his heart. He was also very clear that he was only relaxed on the surface. If this woman really succeeded, she might really be able to break through this cage and let them leave. Once the 3 of them left, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he couldn't kill them all, they would at most endure for 100 years. Then they could come back to the Gathering Fire Alliance. At that time, even Ming Yan's old bones wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Ming Yan's heart became even more serious. No matter what, he couldn't leave behind any future troubles. Chapter 28-29. Sighing was one thing, but there were some things that had to be calculated clearly. Moreover, some jokes might not be that funny, and he might even get himself involved in them. How could Ming Yan not know which was more important? His current calmness was just an act for Xiaoyang. Ming Yan was not in a hurry to attack the girl. After all, Kanglin and Qiu Di were enough. as long as they kept delaying and prevented the girl from breaking through. Then the girl would suffer later if there was a conflict between eagerness and reality. It was not the time to be anxious, so it was enough to just watch the show calmly. Princess Mingzhu was not a good-for-nothing. Facing Kanglin's dilemma, she kept forming hand seals with one hand while the golden sword in her other hand trembled. Immediately, countless golden lights poured down. The flaming fist that came bombarding was directly destroyed. This scene made Kanglin's eyelids twitch. At the same time, there was a trace of reverence in his heart. Not only was she breaking through, but she was also facing the enemy at the same time. This strength and ability really made people feel great pressure. They were all cultivators of the same realm. But why was the situation different? Just thinking about it made people feel very unhappy. Such a situation, no matter how one thought about it, made people feel very unhappy. After Chiu Di stabilized his own mountain's providence, he did not hesitate to fight side by side with Kanglin. Now that the girl was unable to break through, that was the most important thing. Princess Mingzhu still looked unperturbed. Facing such a situation, she was still forming hand seals with one hand and holding the sword with the other. Come at me. See if the sword in my hand agrees or not. She is Princess Mingzhu. Her providence is heaven-defying. Even if she occasionally takes a wrong step, the great Tao will help her make up for it. Xiao Yang suddenly grinned and said, Princess Mingzhu was favored when she was in the 3,000 small worlds. Even though the proportion of providence in the middle worlds was not as high as in the small worlds, the providence she received was probably much more than in the small worlds. The ratio and share were two completely different things, so there was a need to talk about it. In the 3,000 small worlds, providence could at most support 10 martial emperors. However, in the 3,000 small worlds, there were many martial emperors in each world. To put it simply, the number of martial monarchs in the drifting cloud realm could not be counted with one hand. Ming Yan frowned, and the way he looked at Xiao Yang changed once again. The woman had already taken the initiative to bring out a variable, but the two of them had yet to express anything. He did not believe that Xiao Yang and Bai Jian did not have any backup plans. They didn't show it now because they were waiting for the woman to succeed before making their move. Thinking of this, the viciousness in Ming Yan's eyes couldn't be concealed. Right now, his mood had changed. He had to kill them first, so that there wouldn't be any variables. Suddenly, the wind and rain between heaven and earth changed. That imposing aura burst forth, and the atmosphere changed greatly. Xiao Yang's heart sank. Now he also felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. The leader of the Collective Fire Alliance had completely lost his patience. He didn't even want to slowly grind them to death with a blunt knife. Instead, he prepared to directly take out some powerful items to kill them. In other words, if you have any skills or trump cards, you'd better take them out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you're too slow, you'll lose your life. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, and immediately his eyes became more spirited. He also restrained his sloppy attitude. Originally, he wanted to slowly find an opportunity to break the array. Right now, it seemed that this idea wouldn't work. He could only fight with his life on the line. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, he might really lose his life. Ming Yan looked on angrily. Although his hands didn't move, his imposing aura was extremely strong, and it suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. At the same time, he no longer looked at the overall situation, and only looked at Xiao Yang. Since this person dared to stop him alone, it meant that Xiao Yang was the most difficult person to deal with. Moreover, he was the backbone of the group. As long as he killed him, the remaining two people would naturally not be a problem. He could easily finish them off. At this moment, the Thunderfire Divine sword seemed to have sensed its master's state of mind. Immediately, lightning and flames shone brightly, and a terrifying sword intent exploded. Ming Yan's brows twitched slightly. Looking at that sword, his mind involuntarily trembled. The two people's auras could be said to be opposing each other with equal harshness, neither giving way. Although Xiaoyang placed all of his attention on Mingyan, he still separated out a trace of divine sense and placed it above this one mountain and 9 peaks. If they were unable to break the array, wanting to take down the Assemble Fire Alliance, just like this was still a fool's talk. Want to break through the Assemble Fire Alliance, then there was only one choice, and that was to break the array. As long as this world was not isolated, there would be many ways that could work. "Looks like you still haven't given up," Ming Yan snorted coldly and said. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "Want to make me despair just based on aura? If that's the case, I'd have died thousands of times long ago." The moment these words came out, Ming Yan could not deny it either. If they were frightened the moment the aura was released, they most likely would not be able to achieve the 3 people in front of them. They were indeed very courageous, and their hearts were also very meticulous. Otherwise, they would not have lived until now. When a cultivator walked to a high place, how could it be possible to not experience storms? Unless they really had a big family behind them, and there were always people protecting them, then they could be like this. To be able to let a 5th-level martial emperor expert, like a flower in a greenhouse, reach this step, how much background did one have to be able to do it? At least on this point, Ming Yan had never seen it before. Xiaoyang also felt that although the luck of 1 mountain and 9 peaks had already been sealed, it was still continuously flowing into Ming Yan's body. Although it was only a very thin line, he could still feel it, but to cut off those connections, that was not impossible. But with the current situation, no one could do it yet. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's brows shook. Since this array relies on 1 mountain and 9 peaks to form, then this 1 mountain and 9 peaks naturally have an inseparable connection. This 1 mountain and 9 peaks is the foundation of the array. Xiaoyang thought in his heart. This array was originally formed naturally. Its essence and structure were all on this 1 mountain and 9 peaks. Thinking like this, then many problems seemed to have begun to be solved easily. When some things were done in the simplest way, there would be a bit of returning to the original meaning. And this array seemed to have a lot of such meaning. But the foundation of this 1 mountain and 9 peaks array was not easy to break. 1 mountain and 9 peaks is the foundation of the array. If we can break one of them, even if we can't break the array, we'll tilt or even create a loophole, Xiaoyang said telepathically. Chapter 2830. When Bai Jian heard that, he frowned slightly. He was also thinking about this matter. Since Xiaoyang had spoken, he would naturally do his best to do it. However, Huang Wu held a halberd in his hand, and with Chang Jiao's help, Bai Jian seemed to be suppressed and did not have the strength to fight back. At that moment, Bai Jian could not help but feel a little frustrated. It seemed that it would not be easy to find that strand of life. In fact, he would have to pay quite a price for it. Huang Wu was the strongest existence in the Fire Union other than the Union Master. His strength could not be underestimated. When he attacked, he was extremely overbearing. As for Bai Jian's sword intent, it was more or less weak in front of the burly man with the halberd. It seemed that it was difficult to contend with him. However, it would not be easy for them to take down Bai Jian. Seeing that the various battlefields were suppressed, the old Union Master Ming Yan placed all his attention on Xiaoyang. He was a complete troublemaker. Whether they could succeed or not depended on whether they could kill Xiaoyang. Feeling the pressure getting heavier, Xiaoyang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, in his heart, he was very clear that he still had a great opportunity this time. After all, the strongest person's attention was on him. In that case, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian would have more opportunities. If they wanted to break the 1 mountain 9 peaks, it would be impossible to start from the main mountain. After all, Ming Yan was the strongest person and the core of the formation. It was already not easy to be able to withstand his main attack. Suddenly, Xiaoyang glanced at his hands and realized that they were covered with a layer of faintly discernible flames. He was surprised. He had the protection of the Thunder Fire Divine Sword. He did not expect that the Yin flames would still quietly contaminate his body. It was really depressing. However, since things had come to this, it was already impossible to avoid it. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore and want to show some of your true abilities. Ming Yan laughed. Suddenly, there was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. Xiao Yang only snorted coldly and did not take these words to heart. Seeing that the sword qi released by the divine sword was getting stronger and stronger, Ming Yan had no choice but to be on guard. Since these three youths were able to break through the furious river formation and charge here, it could be seen how tyrannical their strength was. If they had been hiding their strength, it would indeed be difficult to deal with them. But now, as long as the other party put those hidden things in the open, things would be much simpler. Killing moves that couldn't be seen were the deadliest. You are indeed very strong. However, based on this alone, it is still not enough. Ming Yan said with a smile. It was as if the current situation was already under his control. No matter how powerful Xiaoyang was, it would be difficult for him to cause any more waves. With regards to this, Ming Yan was even more confident. Even if the other party released all of his aura, it would only be SOSO. Although he was strong, he hadn't reached the point of being limitless. In other words, he was able to threaten Ming Yan. With such crucial information, Ming Yan was very clear that his chances of winning were still very high. It was just that he had to think about how to plan for the next battle and how to end it properly so that the losses of the Gathering Fire Alliance would be reduced. At the same time, Ming Yan was also continuously accumulating power, absorbing the power of one mountain and 9 peaks. If he could succeed in one strike, that would be the best situation. Moreover, the more he attacked, the more likely this junior would be able to see some clues. At that time, if he were to target them one by one, it wouldn't be good news. With regards to this, Ming Yan was very clear in his heart. He definitely couldn't delay for too long. Moreover, from the previous battle situation, he could see that the other party's upper limit was indeed very high. However, the lower limit was fixed at a point. This was where he could target. If they were to lose their minds or find out any clues, it wouldn't be good news. It seems that you are very anxious now. If you are too anxious, then the flaws will naturally be revealed. Xiao Yang sneered and said. At the same time, Xiao Yang also discovered a detail. Among the 9 peaks, there were only 4 peak masters who were in charge of the battle. The remaining 5 peak masters didn't take any action and were guarding their own peaks. There was probably a reason why these people didn't take any action. This formation was so tyrannical and overbearing. It wouldn't be easy for them to unleash all of its powers. There was also another possibility, which was that they couldn't completely control this formation. Therefore, in the end, they could only use one person to fight and one person to guard the formation. If you guys are really very familiar with this formation, it would really be a fool's dream to break it. Xiao Yang thought in his heart and laughed helplessly. However, they probably only had a smattering of knowledge about this natural formation. In this way, many things would become much simpler. It would also be much easier to break it. When Ming Yan saw that Xiao Yang's expression suddenly relaxed, he was shocked. He knew that this little guy probably had a new plan in his heart. Suddenly, Ming Yan clasped his hands together, and the aura suddenly became turbulent. It was like the rolling waves of the sea with endless power. After sensing such a change, Xiao Yang didn't dare to think too much. Now that he was facing Ming Yan alone, he was already struggling to hold on. Therefore, regarding the matter of breaking the formation, he could only completely rely on Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian. If they could succeed, everything would be fine. If they couldn't, then there was no other way. On the other hand, Princess Mingzhu was performing hand seals with one hand and holding a sword with the other. Therefore, if she wanted to break the formation, she could only do it after she broke through to the next realm. However, it was easier said than done to break through to the next realm. After Bai Jian saw the situation clearly, he sighed helplessly. He also knew that the burden of all this had fallen on his shoulders. If it was in the past, Bai Jian might have some confidence. However, now he was really in a difficult situation. Previously, in order to kill Emojio, he had already damaged his vitality. Until now, he had yet to recover. Now that he still wanted to succeed, it was really a little difficult. However, Bai Jian had always been a straightforward person. He wouldn't drag his feet, and he knew what he had to do. In the next moment, Bai Jian let out a low roar. Suddenly, the sword aura that was floating around him seemed to have materialized. At the same time, countless flying swords flew out from Bai Jian's back and circled around him. Although the grades of these flying swords were uneven, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely sharp. 3,000 flying swords. Chapter 2831. Bai Jian rarely used the 3,000 flying swords. However, every time he used it, it was at a critical moment where he was not confident. The first time he used it, it was against Tian Bunu. At that time, Bai Jian was seriously injured and did not have much strength. Fortunately, he managed to scare Tian Bunu with this move. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it was a problem as to how effective it would be if he used it today. At least for Bai Jian, this was the most reliable move he could use. This was also his strongest move. Controlling these 3,000 flying swords required a lot of mental energy and strength, and that was not a small amount. What's more, it was going to be a long battle. The consumption was going to be huge. However, Bai Jian had no choice but to do so. He no longer had any other choice. Only by doing so would he be able to find a sliver of an opportunity. It could be said that every flying sword contained an extremely strong sword essence. However, some of them were just ordinary flying swords. If Bai Jian's consciousness was in a flying sword, the power of the flying sword would increase tremendously. The 3,000 flying swords represented 3,000 opportunities. It was just a matter of whether an opportunity would appear. Huang Wu held the sky piercer and looked at the 3,000 flying swords. He could not help but frown. In the past, they had never heard of Bai Jian's move. As for how powerful it was, they did not know. However, they knew very well that since Bai Jian dared to use it, it would not be light. Furthermore, it was executed at such a critical juncture. How could it possibly be mediocre? Looks like they can't hold it in any longer and have started to take out their trump cards. Cheng Jiao's tone became more serious as she said this. If this stalemate continued, Cheng Jiao was prepared for a long battle. As long as they could get through this crisis safely, many things in the future would naturally be solved. Therefore, how to deal with this matter became something that Cheng Jiao had to pay attention to. This move can be said to be powerful and unrivaled. If it was a one-on-one battle elsewhere, I would not be a match for this jade-faced young man. Huang Wu could not help but gasp. They were in the same realm. However, the gap between them was not small. All along, Huang Wu had the reputation of being the strongest 5 realms in the Inflame realm. But now, compared to Bai Jian, the difference was not just a little bit. Cheng Jiao's expression also became much more solemn. He casually swatted away a flying sword, and his expression also became more solemn. He looked very relaxed just now, but there was a faint trace of blood on his palm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the flying sword was. Of course, the main point was that there were 3,000 flying swords. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power would be if all of them swarmed together to kill one person. In the best-case scenario, he would be turned into a hornet's nest. In the worst-case scenario, he would be turned into countless minced meat and die. But here, it's not like we don't have a chance if we join forces, Huang Wu said, calming down a lot. This was the Fire Union, and they had the support of 1 mountain and 9 peaks. They were just a little more cautious in battle, but it wasn't as if they didn't have a chance. Cheng Jiao nodded slightly, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. He felt that it would not be easy to solve the problem. A person's mind is also limited. It's impossible for him to take care of all 3,000 flying swords. Therefore, I'm afraid that only a few flying swords have hidden killing intent, so we need to be extra careful, Huang Wu continued. Looking at those flying swords, most of them were just floating around by Jian to strengthen their momentum, which made Huang Wu's heart calm down a lot. If this jade-faced young man could really control every single flying sword, then they really had no chance of winning. Fortunately, it was not that there was no chance for them to reverse the situation. This also made everyone feel a little more at ease and not overly fearful. Bai Jian just did not say a word. Instead, he poured his mind into the flying swords and began to look for an opportunity. This person is very strange. His current methods have never appeared in the intelligence. It's best to be careful, Huang Wu said, and with a roar, he directly rushed over with a halberd in his hand. Although Bai Jian had not taken the initiative to attack, Huang Wu knew very well that the other party was probably accumulating power at this moment, which was why he did not seem to do anything. If he were to succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, if he could interrupt him now, there would not be too much trouble. Meanwhile, Chang Jiao stood at the back, using her mystical arts to protect Huang Wu. If a flying sword attacked from behind, Chang Jiao would immediately intercept it, unable to get close. The halberd in Huang Wu's hand slashed down, and suddenly a tyrannical edge slashed out directly at the seemingly fragile young man. The power of this halberd seemed to be sparse and ordinary, but the killing power contained in it was particularly terrifying. If one was careless and got hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Jian did not even look at Huang Wu. He did not even see any movement, but there was already a flying sword blooming with bright sword light, directly facing Huang Wu's halberd. Kacha! With a muffled sound, the flying sword was directly broken by the halberd. When the jade-faced young man even trembled slightly, Huang Wu was even shaken a few steps back, and there were even a few sword scars on his body. Huang Wu looked at the scars on his body, and he was even more shocked. Is this jade-faced young man really so evil? After seeing this, Anzhou was even more shocked. However, Anzhou also saw some clues. Some of the flying swords did indeed contain Bai Jian's faith. When the flying swords were broken and destroyed, the wisp of his mind would also be destroyed. Therefore, the young man would suffer some backlash. This young man is really bold. Anzhou sighed. Suddenly, before Anzhou's mind could settle down, he was already shocked by an even more powerful aura. At the same time, he also felt that the power of his peak was crazily surging toward the mountain in the middle. Anzhou immediately looked over. Instantly, his eyes were filled with shock. He even found it hard to believe his own eyes. Was what he was seeing real? After this doubt appeared, he shook his head at the same time. What he saw was indeed real. The Alliance Master even used the white tiger phantom. Anzhou took a deep breath and muttered in disbelief. Chapter 2832. Hearing this, Ho Ji's brows furrowed. Even if this brat dies here today, it'll be a worthy death, Ho Ji muttered with a wry smile. The White Tiger Temple was one of the old Alliance leader's ultimate techniques. It had only been used once. At that time, the number one powerful being of the Xianjiao tribe, Xianjian, had come to the southern battlefield. Even though the profound scissors had taken this attack, it was still heavily injured in the end. Because of this, the profound scissors would not dare to easily come to the Yin Flame realm after returning to the Myriad Beast realm. At that time, Xianjian had come with He Kuang and Zhu Kuangtu in order to push back the deadlocked battlefront. However, the Yin Flame realm was extremely united at that time. All the mighty figures were united as one and repelled the group of powerful beings. That was why the battlefront didn't collapse. However, there were indeed many variables later on. Nevertheless, the battlefront was always advancing and retreating within a radius of 50 kilometers. Thus, there weren't any more situations. Thinking of these past events, Anzhou also felt that time was very scary. At that time, they were still young boys. Perhaps it could be said that they weren't as experienced and ruthless as they were now. However, those days were indeed very enjoyable. During this period of time, what exactly had gone wrong that caused the Flame realm's atmosphere to become like this? Let's kill this brat as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Moreover, those three have all revealed their trump cards. If they were allowed to meet up, I'm afraid they would cause quite a stir, Hoji said helplessly after thinking for a moment. And Joe nodded. This was indeed the case. Only by killing this brat as soon as possible would they be able to avoid any future troubles. Ho-ji looked at Enjo with a hint of dejection in his eyes. Everyone knew that Enjo's eldest son, Enlin, had already returned with news of the Four-Realm Alliance. It could even be said that Enlin would become the cloud-leading Peak Lord in the future. Previously, he had followed some mighty figures to the Four-Realm Alliance in order to obtain battle credits. This would make his position as the Peak Lord more secure. However, Enlin had died at the hands of Xiaoyang. It could be said that Enjo hated Xiaoyang very much, and it was even to the extent that he wished for nothing more than to skin Xiaoyang alive. However, since the start of the battle, Enjo had been very calm. Not a single emotion could be seen on his face. It was as if he did not take this matter to heart at all. Thinking of this, Hoji could not understand Enjo. Originally, he thought that Enting would replace Cheng Jiao to fight, but he did not do so. At the same time, Hoji greatly admired Enjo, as expected of someone who could maintain his rationality at all times. He was the most likely candidate to become the next alliance master, although Baron Wu, as the strongest stage 5, had a high probability of becoming the next alliance leader. However, Huang Wu was too straightforward, and he was an idiot on the path of cultivation. If he were to become the alliance leader, many people in the Nine Peaks would not be convinced. If it was in Zhou, many people would think nothing of it. During the period when the old alliance master was not paying attention to matters, and Zhou had handled every matter appropriately, none of the parties had any grievances. In the future, if they were to choose an alliance leader, Hoji would not hesitate to stand on Enjo's side. A little impatience spoils great plans. You're really not going to act? Hoji asked tentatively, and Zhou only smiled. He was not prepared to give an answer, and Zhou indeed wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands. However, he was still very clear about his own situation. If he acted rashly, not only would he not be able to exact his revenge, he might even lose his life. His son was dead. There was no possibility of him coming back to life. However, if Xiaoyang was killed, then this enmity would naturally be resolved. And Zhou indeed loved Enlin very much. However, he was even more aware that the matters of the living were more important. Furthermore, he was carrying a large family on his shoulders. If something were to happen to him, the entire cloud-leading peak would probably be thrown into chaos. And Zhou was very good at enduring. He was also well aware that some things could not be changed. Thus, the only thing he could do was to cherish the present. Suddenly, Hoji subconsciously shuddered. He felt like he could not see through Enjo. It seemed like no one had been able to see through Enjo all this time. There were many unreasonable things that he had done. Immediately, Hoji no longer cared about what Enjo thought. After all, even if he wanted to, he could not do anything. Why should he waste his time and effort? Right now, the main battlefield was what he was most concerned about. If those three outsiders did not die, then great trouble would fall upon them. In fact, it might even be difficult to resolve. Xiaoyang stood on the spot. He was as immovable as a mountain. It was as if the injuries he had suffered previously were not worth mentioning. He did not take them to heart at all. As he felt the gusts of sinister wind whistling past his ears, Xiaoyang's heart also became heavier and heavier. He was well aware that his opponent was about to go all out. At the same time, Xiaoyang did not dare to hesitate. With a low roar, boundless power surged into the divine sword in a frenzy. Ming Yen turned a blind eye to this. He clasped his hands together. Instantly, all the power merged into his hands. Countless chilly winds were like wind blades. When they swept past, They even cut some cracks in the space. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this move was. If one was the slightest bit careless and got hit, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Xiaoyang did not panic at all. Instead, he was very calm. Ming Yan roared and suddenly pushed out with both hands. Instantly, an incomparably domineering power surged out at this moment. It was as if it had a monstrous power. At the same time, one could feel the aura of a king spreading out. In an instant, the power that surged out formed a white tiger in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth and charged forward with unparalleled power. Ming Yan formed seals with both hands and controlled the white tiger's attack to attack the root of the problem. When Xiaoyang saw the white tiger charging over, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Such a domineering move. The white tiger's body was burning with flames. Once its defense was broken, even if it did not die, it would lose a layer of skin. Xiaoyang did not dare to take the risk. Instantly he frowned and slashed down with the divine sword in his hand. Since the white tiger was personally controlled by Ming Yan, it was impossible to dodge it. Hence, he could only take a gamble and see if he could break Ming Yan's move. Sometimes, running away would not solve the problem. Hence, the only thing he could do was to fight with all his might. Xiaoyang also wanted to see how strong Ming Yan was under the support of the array. This way, he would know whether to fight to the death or run next. Green Thunder Sword. Chapter 28:33. Looking at the incomparably ferocious white tiger attacking, Xiaoyang did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with the divine sword in his hand. In an instant, countless thunderbolts covered the sword. The green thunderbolts were like green dragons, intertwining with each other and roaring endlessly. The scarlet half of the sword was also completely covered at this moment, turning green. The sword was like a green dragon, a dragon's might swept out, as if everything in the world was trembling. This was a real battle between a dragon and a tiger. It would depend on whose method was more brilliant and who could emerge victorious in this great battle. Xiaoyang did not have any timidity. Instead, there was a bit of determination between his brows. He had long comprehended this sword move, but he had never used it. However, in today's situation, he had no choice but to use this move. If he used other methods to deal with it, he was afraid that his injuries would be very terrifying. Not to mention that the opponent was 2 realms higher. There was also the support of the array. How could they underestimate the ability displayed? The slightest bit of carelessness could even cost their lives. It was obvious what to choose. There seemed to be some thunderclouds rapidly gathering in the sky, as if wanting to forcefully display the might of the heavens and use this to strengthen their momentum. When they saw the thunderclouds beginning to gather, the expressions of the Alliance Master and the 9 Peak Masters immediately changed. The sky was really terrifying. This small world was ruled by the 10 of them. To think that the other party was actually able to create a natural phenomenon. One had to say that it was extremely terrifying. Even so, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Your method is indeed impressive. If I let you succeed in this sword move, it would indeed be terrifying. However, don't forget that this is my territory. I won't allow you to behave atrociously. Ming Yan gave a low shout. Although his hands did not move, the mountain behind him suddenly stirred up layers of ripples. Those ripples seemed to be material and were even formed by luck. It could be seen how powerful they were. This 1 mountain and 9 peaks were his small world. If the other party wanted to behave atrociously in his small world, wouldn't that be slapping his face? Originally, everyone thought that using this array to isolate heaven and earth would create a situation that was absolutely advantageous to them. It would make the other party unable to use the power of heaven and earth, and they would be able to do things easily. He thought that he would be able to avoid the competition between the powers of heaven and earth, but he did not expect the other party to be so powerful, and Zhou's brows twitched incessantly. Originally, there were still many grievances in his heart that had yet to be resolved. Even though the other party had killed his son, He couldn't help but admire this young man. This was what it meant to be a hero creating the times. At the same time, and Zhou could feel the luck of the leading clouds peak gushing into the main mountain like a flood. And Zhou's mind also calmed down. He also understood that the Alliance Master wanted to use the fortune and power of this world to forcefully break the thunderclouds. If the thunderclouds were not broken, then the green dragon sword light would receive an endless supply of energy. In addition, it would be accompanied by the might of the world. Such might was not to be underestimated. Perhaps there would be an even bigger mess to deal with. From the looks of it, everything was caused by karma. The destruction of the Mo family's forces was not without reason. Countless amounts of fortune pressed towards the layers of thunderclouds, but Xiaoyang turned a blind eye to it. He only focused on drawing his sword and delivering his sword. Xiaoyang learned this from Bai Jian. Since he was drawing his sword, he should not think too much. He only needed to give it his all. As for the result, it was not important. It would depend on whether it was comfortable for him to deliver his sword and give it his all. If he could not win even after giving it his all, then there was nothing he could do. However, as long as he felt satisfied in his heart, that was enough. What other thoughts did he have to think about? Those were not very meaningful. He only needed to focus on drawing his sword. And Green Dragon and a White Tiger, each releasing their divine might, opposing each other with equal harshness. Dragon and Tiger fighting. After casting his art to break the thunderclouds, Mingyan no longer cared about it. Although breaking the thunderclouds was a way to cut off the roots, if the green dragon could not be eliminated, then it would be the real threat. Mingyan was very clear about which was more important. Therefore, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he became more serious. This young man was more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. One was a hero who created the situation. One broke through realms on the spot, treating realms as nothing. There was even one person who controlled 3,000 flying swords as if he was unrivaled. These 3 people were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Most likely, no matter where they were placed, they would be top geniuses. Regardless of whether it was the Inflame world or other worlds, it was all so. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 of them joined hands. Originally, Ming Yan felt that there was no need to take out some of his methods. But looking at it now, that thought was a big mistake, ridiculously wrong. Although he had heard some battle reports before, he felt that it was boring. He even felt that there were some exaggerations in it. Seeing was believing. He also felt the terror of his opponent. Ming Yan was even very certain that if he did not break through realms and fought head-on with Xiaoyang, the chances of victory would most likely be very small. Thinking so, Ming Yan's heart also calmed down a little. Fortunately, the Inflame world's heavenly Tao was still standing on his side, allowing him to successfully break through realms. Only now did he have the power to fight. Furthermore, he was quite confident that he would be able to win this battle. In an instant, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger already started to fight. Thunder rumbled, and flames roared. The 2 types of power could originally complement each other, but because of the different attributes of the flames, after the 2 came into contact, it even exploded out a considerable amount of power. When people sensed it, they could not help but have a feeling of fear and trepidation. Wave after wave of aftershocks spread out continuously as the dragon and tiger fought. It was extremely terrifying. Xiaoyang was still charging forward continuously. It was as if this sword did not have a result, then he would not retreat. Sometimes a battle was a battle of bravery and ruthlessness. Whoever was more ruthless would have a higher chance. Ming Yan was even more alarmed as he watched. He also never thought that he would have a feeling of dread towards a junior. Furthermore, with a difference of 2 realms, that feeling was still incomparably intense. It was as if his Tao heart was about to be lost. Suddenly, Ming Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a character was truly terrifying. As Xiaoyang's performance became stronger and stronger, this old alliance chief admired him more and more. At the same time, his killing intent also became more solemn. This grudge had already been formed, and they had even fought. That was a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. If he did not kill him today, in the past he felt that the Gathering Fire Alliance would welcome a calamity of annihilation 100 years later. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to wait for 100 years. Perhaps 50 years would be enough. In that case, how could he not kill him? This was his only chance. It could even be said to be his last chance. Chapter 28:34. The more he thought about it, the more Ming Yan's heart trembled with fear. The current situation was clear to him. What a powerful junior! Ming Yan sighed with emotion. At the same time, he was shocked. He had not noticed the sudden appearance of such a powerful figure. At the same time, Ming Yan realized that offending the Four-Realm Alliance was a very bad decision. A world that had just ascended from the 3,000 small worlds could defeat the White Bear tribe of the Myriad Beast Realm. Then, they dared to stir up trouble in the Myriad Beast Realm. This showed how powerful they were. However, at that time no one realized this. They only saw the benefits and went. In this way, not only did they fail to snatch and absorb the Four-Realm Alliance's fate, but they also suffered heavy losses. Even now, they were facing the danger of being destroyed. Everything was right in front of them. It was ridiculous, since the matter had become a foregone conclusion. There was only one way to remedy the situation. That was to eliminate the source of the trouble. Even if the three of them were killed today, it did not mean that the Enflame world would be at peace. After all, the Four-Realm Alliance could nurture these three monsters. There might be a second Xiaoyang in the future, eliminating the source of the trouble. Only by slaughtering the Four-Realm Alliance could Ming Yan be at ease. The greater the increase in strength, the greater the amount of providence required. And Zhou, Hoji, and the others did not dare to be careless. They frantically harmonized their fate and strength. At the same time, they madly absorbed the power from the mountains outside. It could be said that the formation was madly absorbing the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles. The great Tao was like this. It borrowed the power of heaven and earth. As the faintly discernible Enflame continued to nibble away at the rootless thunderclouds, the power of the green dragon naturally weakened. The thunderclouds and the thunder dragon complemented each other. That was why they could display their strongest power. However, if one side was missing, there would be a big problem. However, there was a difference between the primary and the secondary. The thunderclouds could be absent, but without the support of the thunderclouds, the might of the green lightning would naturally weaken. However, Xiaoyang did not completely rely on the power of heaven and earth. Instead, he used his own strength to support it. In an instant, the might of the green dragon suddenly increased by a few notches. As such, the battle between the azure dragon and the white tiger seemed to be evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. Furthermore, the inside of a cultivator's body was a small world to begin with. It was up to the cultivator to refine it. Xiaoyang had achieved the martial emperor realm by combining 9 small spiritual veins. The spiritual power in his body was already very strong. Compared to ordinary cultivators, it was many times stronger. At this moment, Ming Yan also sensed that something was amiss. How could a normal person's strength be so profound? But on second thought, how could Xiaoyang be an ordinary person? If they were just ordinary cultivators, how would they dare to rush into such a dangerous place? And Zhou and the other peak masters felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. Who would have thought that a 5th-tier cultivator would actually be able to contend against a 7th-tier alliance master in such a manner? They even seemed to be evenly matched. Furthermore, Ming Yan had the support of the array formation. The more Zhou thought about it, the more terrified he felt. If this continued, the situation would be far from good. However, the only thing they could do now was to stabilize the fate of the heavens and earth. Then, They could continuously channel energy to the Alliance Master so that he, the most powerful cultivator, could kill Xiaoyang. It seemed that other than this, there was no other way. Thinking of this, and Zhou laughed bitterly and helplessly. Some things were not so easy to change. Since things had already come to this, why bother? Everything seemed to be predestined. No matter who it would be difficult to change it. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger had been fighting for a long time. Both of them seemed to be equally matched. However, Xiaoyang had been attacked several times by the White Tiger. His body was covered in wounds. However, Xiaoyang seemed to be made of iron. He did not feel any pain at all. He continued to charge forward as if he would not stop until he was dead. Xiaoyang's speed of advancement was very slow because the White Tiger was indeed very strong. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for him to fight against the heavens and earth alone. If he had not experienced the lightning tribulation of the 3,000 small worlds before and knew how it felt, his heart would have softened and it would have been difficult for him to continue fighting. However, Xiaoyang was still Xiaoyang. Even under such circumstances, he was not the least bit afraid. He was still prepared to fight hard. Break! Xiaoyang roared angrily. This was the last time he channeled his energy. At the same time, he knew very well that if he did not succeed and his energy was exhausted, he would be killed by the White Tiger. The sudden divine power caused the Azure Dragon to roar angrily. It turned into lightning and pierced through the White Tiger's body. The target of the sword was Ming Yan, who was hovering in the air. Ming Yan watched as the green lightning attacked him, and his heart was filled with horror. In the blink of an eye, Ming Yan let out a low roar and clapped his hands together. Instantly, countless amounts of the power of the heavens and earth squeezed out, preparing to crush the crazy and reckless young man into dust. He wanted to see if this young man could withstand the pressure of the power of the heavens and earth, no matter how crazy he was. No matter how ferocious you were, in this small world, you had to follow his rules. There were so many twists and turns. Everything was absolute. No matter how powerful or arrogant a person was, there would be a time when he was exhausted. The pressure of the power of the heavens and earth caused Xiaoyang to feel an immense pressure. Even his bones began to crackle, as if they could not withstand such pressure. If it was not for that last breath of willpower, he would have exploded into a cloud of blood and scattered between the heavens and earth. At the same time, the power of the green lightning was rapidly dissipating under this endless pressure. To fight against the heavens and earth with one's own strength was already very difficult. However, Xiaoyang was still charging forward. The more he moved forward, the more serious the injuries on his body would be. However, this young man did not hesitate. He knew very well that he had to be the first to break this situation. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to do it. He was close. Less than 3 feet away, the sword in his hand could pierce through Ming Yan's chest. Just one more step and he would succeed. Just how much was he looking forward to it? At the same time, the other handsome young man suddenly swung his sword. Huang Wu and Chang Jiao both felt the power of this sword and did not dare to meet it head-on. They both dodged. However, when they dodged, they were overwhelmed with shock. That sword light had never been aimed at them. Instead, it cut through the mountain behind them. Chapter 28:35. After this sword was sent out, its sharpness was unparalleled, directly slicing the mountain that Huang Wu and Cheng Jiao were guarding. The sword energy pierced through the 2 mountains. The result was obvious. However, after that sword attack, although it pierced through the mountain, it did not collapse. At the same time, Bai Jian's back suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His entire body could not withstand it and directly fell down. It turned out that Huang Wu had seized this opportunity in the blink of an eye. Waving the halberd in his hand, he displayed endless divine might and directly knocked him down. Huang Wu did not have the time to look and feel the condition of his own mountain. Now that an opportunity had appeared, it was a great opportunity to kill Bai Jian. How could he miss it? However, in the next moment, countless flying swords attacked. Huang Wu also did not dare to rashly chase after them. He could only wave his Dharma artifact and begin to block the attacks of these flying swords. If he continued to charge forward, then these flying swords would be enough to pierce him into meat paste and shatter his bones. At this moment, the azure dragon in Xiao Yang's hand directly pierced into Ming Yan's chest. For a moment, everything was silent, and Zhou and the rest did not dare to believe that what they saw in front of them was real. The sharp sword in that brat's hand really pierced into the Alliance Master's chest. What the hell is going on? This is impossible, with such tyrannical power of heaven and earth. According to common sense, everything should be very smooth. His absolute advantage seemed to have vanished without a trace, and there was no effect at all. Ming Yan coldly snorted and directly punched out, hitting Xiao Yang's chest. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string falling down. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed across Ming Yan's eyes. With a raise of his hand, he prepared to use a great divine ability to directly suppress and kill this terrifying brat. However, that azure dragon had already entered his body, causing his body to become unstable. Instantly, the gathered power instantly scattered, causing him to be unable to directly attack and kill. Ming Yan could only let out a muffled groan, allowing blood to spurt out. Then he used his great ability to suppress the azure dragon. Fortunately, the collision of the white tiger and the erosion of the power of heaven and earth caused the azure dragon's power to fall to the bottom. Otherwise, with Ming Yan's current situation, it would be meaningless to continue the stalemate. The white tiger did not completely dissipate. In the blink of an eye, it used the remaining power to crash into the person's back and directly entered his body. Xiao Yang landed on the ground. Immediately, a cloud of dust flew up. His whole body was twitching nonstop. He had indeed thrust out his sword and had successfully pierced through Ming Yan's chest. Unfortunately, they did not manage to kill him. When one's strength was exhausted, it was still difficult to fight against the power of heaven and earth. No matter which aspect it was, Xiao Yang was at a disadvantage. It was not easy for him to achieve this. Huang Wu unwillingly watched as the jade-faced youth stood up again. His flying sword lingered around him as if he wasn't giving him a chance. At the same time, he also began to sense the situation of his own mountain. Bai Jian helplessly shook his head. Currently, there was nothing he could do. Since the situation had developed to such an extent, he had ultimately been too careless. There was nothing he could do about it. Now that things had come to this, it was difficult. The edge of Bai Jian's sword was indeed incomparably sharp. With a single slash, he was able to cut 2 mountain peaks in half. However, that was all. The 2 mountain peaks had been cut in half, but they were not destroyed. It was as if a single slash was too fast and too sharp. Although they were cut in half, they would not collapse. Huang Wu's chest was constantly heaving up and down. At the same time, he felt rather helpless in his heart. At the same time, he was also very shocked. If this slash were to land on his body, how terrifying would it be? With his body, it would be unavoidable for him to end up with his head separated from his body. Fortunately, everything was not in the worst state. There was still a chance to salvage the situation, so it would not cause him to fall into despair. Although the wound was very small, it would require a very long time to be nurtured before the mountain peak could be completely restored. Even if it was restored, it would not be as coherent as before. The corner of Cheng Jiao's mouth twitched. They were even more uncertain about how powerful this jade-faced youth was. His sword was sharp. It was extremely sharp, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was as if one's physical body would become incomplete if they were not careful. Xiao Yang stood up shakily. The bones and internal organs in his body had been shattered. The intense pain caused his brows to knit together into a hemp rope. The heart-piercing pain was unbearable. It could even cause one to collapse. However, the current him could not collapse. He had to continue persevering. If his aura was slightly weaker, what he would face next would be the crazy bombardment of his opponent. At that time, the situation would become even worse. For a moment, Xiaoyang could only forcefully suppress the injuries in his body and prepare to continue the battle. Although he hadn't recovered yet, he still had to stare at his opponent with a posture of resting on a spear, ready for battle. If the other party could help him catch his breath, that would be for the best. After suppressing the Azure Dragon with great difficulty, Ming Yan was prepared to attack again. However, when he realized that Xiaoyang was already prepared to deal with it, he could only give up resentfully. Right now, it would not be easy for Xiaoyang to make a move. Thinking of this, Ming Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Now that things had come to this, what could he do? It was as if everything was a foregone conclusion. It was impossible to change anything. Since he could not kill his opponent in one blow, Ming Yan was no longer anxious. He started to absorb the power of heaven and earth to heal his injuries and prevent any future troubles. This time, Ming Yan had broken through to the 7th level martial emperor realm. Although it seemed like he had broken through the shackles, it was still somewhat forceful and unstable. If his cultivation level fell again after this battle, the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, ending the battle safely was the best outcome. Moreover, Ming Yan was very sure of one thing. The young man's injuries were very serious. Compared to his own, the young man's injuries were much more serious. Although he could forcibly suppress the injury with one breath, as time passed, once that breath began to weaken, the injury would begin to bite back. At that time, with internal and external troubles, what reason would there be for him to win? Therefore, sometimes it was necessary to be anxious. If he could slow down the pace, it would be just right. You gave me a lot of surprises today. Looking at the surrounding world, no one in the same cultivation level can be compared to you. Ming Yan smiled bitterly. Even though his son had countless praises and was regarded as the absolute winner of the Yin Flame world over the Wanshou realm, he could not be compared to the three of them. The gap was so big. Chapter 28:36. When Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This was too much for Xiaoyang. It could be said that the old Alliance Master's son was also a talented and intelligent person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was blessed by the heavens. If he hadn't been valued by the experts of other worlds and taken in as their last disciple, perhaps no one would covet the position of the next Alliance Master. That young master would never return to a remote place like the Yin Flame realm in the future. He would definitely go to a broader stage. Now, Zhou was very uneasy. If that was the case, what would Xiaoyang's achievements be in the future? He really didn't dare to think about it. At this stage of the battle, they all had a rough idea in their hearts. It was still very possible to kill these three people. It was just that the price they would have to pay would be somewhat disastrous. Perhaps a few of the 9 peak masters would die in battle. As for Huangwu and Cheng Jiao, who had their peaks severed, they would definitely bear the brunt of it. It would be difficult to avoid. As for who would die next, it was hard to say. It would depend on who was a little unlucky and would die in this battle. In a great battle, how could there be no deaths? Previously, they thought that the old Alliance Master would become the biggest umbrella after breaking out of seclusion. This way, they would have a higher chance of survival. But who would have thought that the situation was much worse than they had expected? But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Other than accepting fate, what else could they do? Their opponents were too strong. This was something that no one had expected. No one had the ability to do something that defied the heavens and changed their fate. They could only stand out and crush the other party. Right now, Xiaoyang and the others had only taken out some of their trump cards, and it was already so terrifying. If they also had the idea of a life and death struggle, how powerful would they be? At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem to drag 1 or 2 people down with them. Right now, although they didn't see any danger, it didn't mean that it didn't appear. Perhaps in an instant, an unexpected situation would occur. Perhaps many people would lose their lives because of this. This was normal. Sometimes disaster came so suddenly. Whether you accepted it or not, it would appear. Ming Yin carefully sized up Xiaoyang. At the same time, he also paid attention to every detail, afraid that he would miss something. He could sense certain situations from the other party's expressions, and it could even be said that he was not wrong at all. If he could learn more about the situation from these details, he might be able to reduce his losses and take down his opponent as soon as possible. However, this was just a thought. It would not be easy to succeed. Who was Xiaoyang? His current situation was indeed very bad. Perhaps he would deliberately hide something or disguise it so that no one could completely figure out what he was thinking. These were probably all very easy. If they received any more wrong information, it would be too late for regrets. Xiaoyang looked at his opponent with a gloomy expression. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind. When he attacked, he had no distracting thoughts, but when he did not continue to attack, he needed to think more. If he kept moving forward bravely, although his aura was frightening, in the end, it was just the behavior of a boorish man. In the end, he might even die mysteriously. Now, Xiaoyang was also calculating what to do next to achieve victory. Bai Jian's sword could be said to be very important. It had already torn a hole. If he could continue to widen the opening, then he would be able to use the stately painting. In that case, the formation would be broken, and he would be able to call for reinforcements. It could be said that since the appearance of this array, Xiaoyang knew very well that if he did not ask for help, his chances of winning were very slim. Of course, that was built on top of the array support. Without the help of the array, the three of them would still be able to fight out. It was just that they might have to pay a higher price. Of course, everything had to be built in a situation that they could accept. Now, Princess Mingzhu was forcibly breaking through the realm while resisting the joint forces of Kanglin and Qiudi. It was indeed overbearing, but it was also more strenuous. In these few rounds of fighting, the injuries on her body had increased by a lot. If this continued and she was unable to break through successfully, she would probably suffer even more serious injuries that would be difficult to recover from. Speaking of which, it was strange. Princess Mingzhu had suffered a few heavy blows, but the momentum of her breakthrough did not decrease at all. Half of her attention was focused on breaking through the realm, while the other half was focused on fighting the enemy. Doing two things at once was a big taboo. However, she was Princess Mingzhu, so it was normal for her to do some unimaginable things sometimes. Of course, this also made it even more difficult for others to figure out why it was like this. Those who were protected by heaven and earth's providence sometimes made mistakes that could be corrected. Of course, this also had something to do with who it was. Princess Mingzhu had that kind of courage and ability. Therefore, with some providence, there seemed to be no problem for her to do this. This woman is really strange. Her breakthrough wasn't interrupted even like this. Kanglin said and could not help but gnash his teeth. This was also what they could not figure out. When ordinary people were in closed-door cultivation to break through, even the slightest disturbance would probably be interrupted because of this. On the contrary, not only was this woman not interrupted, but she was also able to fight the enemy. This was really a bit difficult to figure out. Qiudi smiled helplessly and said, "Which of the three of them is simple? I'm wondering if she's purposely borrowing our powers to break through." Songheng sneered in disdain at first, but his smile soon froze. After being reminded by Qiudi, many things in his heart began to be connected at this moment, and there was also some shock in his eyes. Taking the current situation as an example, there was indeed such a possibility. Since the other party was so certain, it was not without reason. If she did not have a motive, why would she do this? Nevertheless, they could not tell what the problem was at the moment, so they could only look at each other and could not figure out the reason. Were we wrong from the start? Songheng swallowed his saliva and said unwillingly. Qiudi's expression also became more grave. He looked at the other peaks, hoping to get an answer from them. Those people did not make a move, and they needed to restrain and suppress their providence, but they still had spare energy to observe the situation. However, it was very ridiculous that they did not have any information about the situation. A golden light suddenly flickered in Princess Mingzhu's eyes. She scoffed coldly and said, "I'll break through in 3 more breaths." Chapter 28:37. Songlan and Qiudi were even more shocked when they heard this. They naturally wanted to stop this woman from breaking through so that they could find a trace of stability for themselves. However, how could they find a chance to interrupt her in such a short time? Once those words were spoken, it could be said that the peak masters of the 9 peaks were all shocked. They did not sense any flow of fate. How could there be any sign of a breakthrough? It was a complete fantasy. When one reached the martial emperor realm, they would communicate with the power of heaven and earth and receive a gift every time they broke through. However, there were no signs of that happening. In this way, it could be determined that this woman was just spouting nonsense. However, was that really the case? Everyone subconsciously shook their heads. That was indeed unlikely, since Princess Mingzhu dared to say that she must have her reasons. In the next moment, Princess Mingzhu's aura began to rise wildly. Her power spread out as if it was unstoppable. Such an unforeseen event caused the 9 peak leaders to be even more shocked. There was clearly no fate for her, not even the slightest bit. How could she break through to the next level? Could it be some kind of secret technique? With that thought, the peak masters of the 9 peaks were even more shocked. If that was the case, they could not understand it at all. It was beyond their knowledge. Ming Yan was even more aware of the seriousness of this matter. He was very clear that if he couldn't stop it, the consequences would become even more severe. However, as soon as he moved, Xiaoyang charged over with the divine sword in his hand. The Thunderfire divine sword was still green. It was covered with lightning and looked like a green dragon. Ming Yan snorted when he saw Xiaoyang charging over without a care for his life. He had to get Xiaoyang out of the way first. If he were to attack again, his injuries would be even worse. Once there were more injuries, it could be said that a dike of 1,000 miles could be destroyed by an ant-hole. Kanglin and Qiudi did not care about them and charged over. They wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when the woman was breaking through and interrupt her. Even Huang Wu and Cheng Jiao could not stay calm. They wanted to stop her, but when the 3,000 flying swords came, they had to brace themselves to resist. If they insisted on ignoring everything and only went to kill Princess Mingzhu, the 3,000 flying swords would turn them into a hornet's nest. And Zhou, Hoji, and the other peak leaders did not stand idly by. They began to use their peak's fate and power to suppress the woman. However, Princess Mingzhu turned a blind eye to it. The golden sword in her hand trembled. Immediately, a huge golden sword chi descended from the sky and attacked Kanglin and Qiudi. As for the providence and power that were suppressing them, they emitted a dim golden light. Those rays of light seemed weak, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, they were unable to move forward at all, nor were they able to press down on the woman in white. This scene caused the 9 peak masters to stare with their mouths agape. It was truly their first time witnessing such a spectacle. What method did this woman use to be able to do it so effortlessly? It was indescribable. All of this was not without reason. Princess Mingzhu had a piece of mysterious yellow jade in her bosom. She had obtained it in the myriad beast realm. Of course, the mysterious yellow jade was a treasure of the divine world. Even when the god world and the middle world were at their peak, they were still considered treasures. The mysteries contained in this piece of mysterious yellow jade were even more indescribable. The mysterious yellow jade contained the purest techniques of the divine world. It also contained the providence of the divine world when it was at its peak. In this way, as long as the mysterious yellow jade was used as the foundation, the providence in it would be inexhaustible. Why would she need to borrow the providence of the Flame world. It could be said that this mysterious yellow jade was the best protective item for Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu was favored by all in the 3,000 worlds. In the divine world, how could she not be the one and only God's favored one? Of course, it was not that no one had ever suppressed her. However, that person was her father, and he did not fight with her. In this way, not only did he not fight, but he even gave it away. In this way, all the providence would naturally fall on Princess Mingzhu. You want to stop me with just the likes of you. Princess Mingzhu sneered and said. As soon as she said that, everyone's heart trembled. In a short period of time, Princess Mingzhu had completed the breakthrough and successfully stepped into the 6th level martial emperor. Ming Yan almost went crazy. He slapped Xiaoyang and sent him flying. He glared at Princess Mingzhu fiercely. It was already impossible for him to stop her now. Princess Mingzhu had succeeded. At the same time, Ming Yan also realized that this woman was the strongest person. Everything that Xiaoyang had shown made Ming Yan feel that he was a great threat and the first target to be eliminated. He did not expect that everything was just a cover-up. Good. Very good. As Ming Yan said that, he gritted his teeth even harder. He was filled with hatred. Now, Ming Yan also realized that even if he had to pay a price, he had to get rid of all 3 of these young people. If the stalemate continued and they took turns to break through, then this round would not be able to continue and they would have to wait for death. If this was the case, even when they had the upper hand, it would be hard to imagine what the situation would be like if it was under normal circumstances. Ming Yan's chest was heaving up and down continuously. His emotions were fluctuating greatly. However, Princess Mingzhu was very calm. There was not even a hint of joy on her face. It was as if her breakthrough this time was as normal as eating and sleeping. There was no joy at all. Looking at the other party's gaze, Princess Mingzhu only smiled indifferently and said, "I'm afraid it's a little too late to kill me now." "It's not too late, it's not too late." As Ming Yan said that, his tone became more serious. The murderous intent was not concealed at all. What was done could not be undone. No one could stop it. However, this did not mean that it was impossible. The other party had already taken out all their trump cards, but Ming Yan did not. Moreover, he had the support of the formation. How could it be said that there was no chance of winning? It could even be said that the chances of winning were very high. Previously, when he was injured by Xiaoyang, it was more or less due to his carelessness. Now, Ming Yan was only lightly injured. Looking at Xiaoyang, his internal organs were all shattered and his injuries were extremely serious. If it was not for his strong willpower and unparalleled bravery, he would have fallen to the ground and would not be able to stand up again. Princess Mingzhu only sneered and waved the golden sword in her hand. Instantly, 2 rays of sword qi shot out. Instantly, Huangwu and Qingjiao were shocked. They wanted to stop it, but they were entangled by the white sword and could not get away. At this moment, Zhou and the rest also took action in time. They wanted to stop the 2 rays of sword qi and prevent the mountain from being destroyed.